sonra ilk yurt dışı seyahatini Türkiye'ye gerçekleştirmesini her bakımdan çok anlamlı buluyorum.
And moving on to some news from France now, two French prisoners escaped from a jail in Dijon after sawing through cell bars and using bed sheets to flee. Authorities have made the statement. Now, guards noticed the breakout shortly before dawn. The fugitives are a 19-year-old held for attempted murder and a 33-year-old incarcerated for threats and violence. Union officials said they used manual saw blades to cut the bars. The escape comes just 10 days after another prison break in Rennes, where a convict fled during a planetarium outing. France's prisons are among Europe's most overcrowded, with Dijon housing 311 inmates in 180 places. Staff unions criticized the Justice Minister for focusing on high-security prisons while neglecting regular facilities, calling for more staff and stronger security. The Dijon prison is scheduled to receive $7.3 million to improve security and remove mobile phones. Let's listen in to one of the released prisoners.
J'ai pris un an ferme, j'ai fait 8 mois plein, complet. Voilà. J'ai eu des remises de peine, vous savez, 4 mois de remise de peine pour bonne conduite. Ah bah,
Vous les connaissiez, les détenus qui sont échappés
Que un, je connaissais, que je voyais en promenade, c'est tout.
Voilà. Et vous n'avez jamais parlé, j'imagine, de ce projet?
Non, jamais. On n'a jamais cru que ça laissait ça avoir, quoi. Ah, c'est sûr, oui, il faut calculer et tout. Mais après, on ne sait pas ce qu'ils font les gens. Hein. Moi, ils étaient plus, vous savez, ils n'étaient pas dans mon bâtiment, ils étaient en bas, isolement. Ils n'étaient pas dans mon bâtiment. C'est la prison de Dijon, c'est pas comme les nouvelles prisons qu'ils ont mis les narcotrafiquants qui est surveillé à fond, quoi. C'est pas pareil, c'est une maison d'arrêt.
Ici, c'est pas bien surveillé.
Si, c'est que là, ça s'est renforcé. Vous savez, ils ont changé les grilles, ils ont remis des grilles et tout au barreau. Et ils contrôlent plus souvent maintenant la cellule pour voir si la grille n'a pas été touchée. Si, ça ils ont renforcé. Mais bon, il y a eu ça, quoi. Ils n'ont pas fini tous les travaux.
And that's all the time we have for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from across the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Welcome, I'm Asima Katauka and you're watching the Africa Brief on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top stories of this hour. General Horta Inta-A has been sworn in as the transitional president of Guinea-Bissau just a day after army officers announced they had ousted President Umaro Sissoco Embalo in a military coup. The European Union has called for a swift return to constitutional order in Guinea-Bissau and the resumption of the interrupted electoral process following a military coup yesterday. The European Union Parliament has approved a resolution that calls for an end to the civil war in Sudan, but without any mention of the United Arab Emirates' alleged role in the conflict. Tunisia has freed prominent lawyer Sonia Dahmani after 18 months in prison for criticizing President Kais Saied, a case that sparked local protests and international condemnation. Dahmani said she hopes her release will open the door for dozens of other detained critics, while Saied continues to deny any crackdown on dissent. Guinea-Bissau's military has now sworn in Major General Horta Inta-A as transitional president after toppling the civilian government. Kenya's High Court has ruled that parts of the 2012 Seed and Plant Varieties Act were unconstitutional, securing small-scale farmers' rights to share and save local seeds without facing fines or jail. The decision, celebrated by farmers, ends penalties that unfairly targeted smallholders while favoring commercial seed producers. US President Donald Trump has announced that National Guard trooper Sarah Backstorm has died after a shooting near the White House. He has said that the second soldier remains in critical condition and is fighting for his life. US President Donald Trump has announced a sweeping set of immigration proposals. He vows to permanently pause immigration from all third world countries and launch what he described as a reverse migration to restore order in the United States. Now we start with Guinea-Bissau. General Horta Inta-A has been sworn in as the transitional president of Guinea-Bissau just one day after army officers announced that they had ousted President Umaro Sissoco Embalo in a military coup. Inta-A, who was previously the chief of the staff of the country's army, said evidence was sufficient to justify the military operation. The African Union has condemned the coup and called for the immediate release of Embalo and all detained officials. The coup occurred just a day before provisional results from the presidential election that were expected to be announced. While the capital Bissau remains quiet, soldiers are patrolling the streets and many residents are staying indoors. Now for this discussion, we welcome Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev. He's a former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how dangerous is it that this coup occurs very often in Guinea-Bissau, and now again, once again, it has occurred, and now a new leader has been sworn in?
It's an important question that you ask, and I don't think anyone can answer it with certitude. Since gaining independence from Portugal in 1973, 52 years ago, Guinea-Bissau has spent more years under army's rule than under democracy. And sometimes, as it happened in the last president's term, a former military dictator has become a democrat. President Umaro's re-election likelihood was to be the first time that a Guinea-Bissau president was to be re-elected democratically. So there was a lot of speculation and excitement about it, except that a new contender emerged who was able to pull substantial number of voters to his side, making the contest pretty close. As the votes were being counted and were to be declared yesterday, a day before, army decided to intervene, and the transitional authority has mentioned the possibility of fraud in the election, and they have claimed to have deposed the president, Umaru, and appointed a president of their own, which is what seemed to have happened. This was against the warnings by the European and other observers group of the elections, as well as African Union, ECOWAS, and West Asian Elders Forum. I should add here that the African Union has a long-standing policy not to recognize any military regime. At the same time, I suppose the coup plotters in Guinea-Bissau would have taken to heart 3 coups in the last 4 or 5 years that has taken place in that region. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger all have had military coups, and despite various sanctions by AU and African Union and ECOWAS, nothing much seemed to have happened, and these regimes have survived. So they might be able to become the 4th country to do so, apparently. That's what they hope. And but here I should add that Guinea-Bissau is one of the poorest countries of the world, and it's grievously dependent on IMF dole-outs and assistance that it receives from Portugal and other West European countries. So it'll be the military regime would have to countenance sanctions being imposed, and would have to persuade IMF and other donors that their policies towards them would continue as it was during President Umaru's times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for highlighting all the regional implications and also how it has been happening in that area. Is there anything that international players can do? As you rightfully mentioned, that ECOWAS and AU has not been efficient in stopping such a coup.
Well, they have been efficient in condemning it, but Guinea-Bissau is one of the smallest countries in ECOWAS. It has only 2 million population, and it should not be too difficult for a military expedition to be launched by ECOWAS, which is led by Nigeria, a country of 220 million people, 100 times larger, to do so, but there seemed to be very little stomach in ECOWAS to do these kind of things anymore. So let's.
Great. With that, I would like to thank Ambassador Mahi Sajde for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, we stay in this news. The European Union has called for a swift return to constitutional order in Guinea-Bissau and the resumption of the interrupted electoral process following a military coup. The EU has urged that the vote count halted just before finalization be allowed to proceed as planned. Simultaneously, the Economic Community of West African States suspended Guinea-Bissau from all of its decision-making bodies in response. The coup, ECOWAS has condemned the military takeover and called on coup leaders to allow the National Election Commission to declare the results of the disputed presidential election. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev. He's a former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, European Parliament has also condemned, but can they effectively do something other than condemning? Like you rightfully mentioned in our previous discussion, ECOWAS and AU has also done so. And how can Guinea-Bissau rebuild public trust in governance now?
I think the military coup leaders would place far more emphasis on getting their domestic house in order. Obviously need assistance from external donors, but they believe they can, they have the staying power, apparently, to gain their confidence. For the moment, they would have to contend with those aspirations at the domestic popular level for democracy. And we would have to see whether a wave of repression, strikes and protests would follow. European Union has a long-standing policy of going by the former colonial masters' views. So what European Union would do would be guided by former colonial master Portugal in this respect. And I believe Portugal has no horses to back in this race because Portugal's own economy is not in good shape. Thank you.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Sudan, the European Parliament has approved a resolution that calls for an end to the civil war in Sudan, but without any mention of the United Arab Emirates' alleged role in the conflict. According to parliamentary sources, the European People's Party has pushed to remove any reference to the UAE after lobbying by Emirati Minister of State Lana Nusseibe, who was in Strasbourg when MPs held their plenary session this week. A leaked report by UN experts published in April 2025 claimed that sophisticated weapons were smuggled via the UAE and Chad into Darfur in a breach of an UN arms embargo. However, the United Arab Emirates has rejected these claims of providing any form of support to either warring parties since the onset of the civil war and condemns atrocities committed by both Port Sudan Authority and RSF as well. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for staying with us. Now, what are the implications for EU's credibility and international accountability when alleged foreign involvement in conflicts, such as the UAE's role in Sudan, is omitted from official resolution? Why do you think they have avoided mentioning UAE in particular?
Well, I think it's quite obvious that the UAE's lobbying efforts have paid off. At this stage, it is the Sudan Armed Forces government in Khartoum that has repeatedly alleged that UAE is in league with the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, which are fighting the SAF. And the UAE has been supplying them with weapons, with logistical support, and with unacknowledged hardware and economic ties. eastern part is with the SAF, while the western part, including Darfur region and Kordofan region in the south, is with the RSF. And here I should add that the UAE has never acknowledged that it has been helping RSF militarily, although sufficient circumstantial evidence suggests that this is being done either directly or through intermediaries in Chad, Eastern Libya, and South Sudan.
And how should
RSF has also denied it.
Yes.
So now European Union Parliament has felt compelled to issue a statement asking for ceasefire and peaceful conditions and stability to return to Sudan, but it has not condemned the UAE, thanks to lobbying by the UAE minister. A direct reference to UAE asking it to stop arming RSF, etc., would have unnecessarily vitiated the atmospherics between Abu Dhabi and Strasbourg or Brussels. And I think the very profitable ties between UAE, which is an economic power to contend with, for Europe, which needs investments, which needs all sort of oil-related relationship with the UAE, now that the Russian oil and gas has been denied during the Ukraine war, would not have been conducive to its overall interests. So the European parliamentarians have erred to the side of UAE and have avoided such a condemnation or urge to stop arming RSF being made. I think if it was to happen, it would be the first time that a parliament or a government would have, apart from Sudan, would have officially pointed fingers at the UAE, which would have reacted a bit vociferously to that kind of accusation. Thank you.
With that, I would like to thank Ambassador Mahi Sajdi for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we stay in the region. Moving on, Rwandan President Paul Kagame accuses the Democratic Republic of Congo of delaying the signing of a Washington-brokered peace deal intended to end decades of conflict in eastern DRC. Speaking at a press conference, Kagame says DRC has introduced new conditions that were never part of the agreement reached in Washington, claiming these changes are the reason for the holdup. The eastern region has faced 30 years of violence, which escalated in January when the Rwandan-backed M23 rebel group seized major cities, including Goma and Bukavu. The DRC and Rwanda agreed to a peace framework in June, followed by a declaration of principles with M23 for a permanent ceasefire in July. Despite these steps, fighting continues with each side blaming the other. The DRC has indicated a possible December 4th signing in Washington, but DRC says he is unsure the meeting will occur, though both nations recently pledged to intensify efforts to implement the agreement. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Gautam Mukherjee. He's a senior journalist, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam Mukherjee, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, what role should external mediators, such as the United States, play when one party to a peace agreement, like the DRC in this case, is perceived to be introducing new conditions?
Yeah, well, it's jockeying for advantage, leverage. If you stick to the conditions, then in the negotiations, you're likely to be whittled down, whichever side is too willing to sign on the dotted line ends up the loser. So instead, they conquer some more territory and use it as a bargaining chip. There are a lot of resources at stake here, which is why the fight is taking place. And in all probability, there are actors behind both the Congo and Rwanda and the rebels who are interested parties in the outcome and with an eye on the resources of this highly resource-rich area that has been in conflict for decades. This is, I think, 30, 40 years of conflict. It's fairly typical of conflicts in Africa, which is indeed very resource-rich, and where the foreigners, particularly from Europe, have made hay all the while at the expense of the locals. But again, there are a few, or a group of locals who are allied with foreign interested parties who also supply the money and the guns and the training. So it goes on. That's why, again, with an eye on the resources, you have Washington getting involved, trying to broker a deal, has ostensibly brokered it, even though it's not holding. And similarly, the Qataris in Doha. So this will go on until a settlement behind the scenes, maybe, not at the negotiating table, but people from both the sides will talk behind the scenes and hammer out a settlement, which will then come to the table. Meanwhile, they'll fight, as is going on. More bloodshed.
Yes, as you've already mentioned, but this prolonged conflicts like this 3-decade violence in Eastern DRC, how do you think this long violence is shaping the negotiation strategies? Do you think they have learned something from this 3-decade-old conflict and the domestic pressure on national leaders when attempting to finalize and hold this peace deal?
Well, I don't think it's really up to the leaders who want to sign. It is an inability to deal with all the vested interests that are behind these people and behind the conflict. Over the 3 decades, it hasn't been the same actors. There have been a number of different people squabbling, fighting, killing, some of it and egging on different tribal groups. But at the center of it all are the resources. So this particular fight that is attempting to be settled has different players from the ones that went before. But the area is such that it has been in conflict now for decades.
So what do you think, to what extent does the United States and Europe, as you've mentioned, this is a resource-rich area with a lot of foreign actors eyeing for resources. How do you think they should ensure, can they ensure peace in this region and maybe enforce this ceasefire to hold?
Well, back-channel diplomacy. Back-channel diplomacy makes it possible to slice up the pie to everybody's satisfaction. Some of the people who are in the way can be paid off. Some of the others who want to get involved now can be held to amounts of investment, who will do what after the war stops. all that kind of thing. But it is important to hammer these things out without the public eye focused on you. So when they come to the table and it is a matter of publicity and the media and so on, by then they should have settled matters. So I think that's what will go on now. Because ostensibly they've met and they've come to an agreement. But this is not working out for the people who have been left out of the actual negotiations.
And lastly, you mentioned that, yes, back channels, diplomacy will be the key in this. How might this focus of external mediators on formal agreements, how do you think that this is overlooking or inadvertently enables the interest of regional actors who are contributing to delays or non-compliance of this ceasefire?
Well, I think they will all be involved in the back channel. In the back channel, they're not subject to political pulls and pressures. This is done in secret in third countries. They designate people who are not ostensibly well known to be part of their group. They may even try to get people from third countries and fourth countries to act on their behalf. This sort of thing is done routinely in diplomacy in areas which are very fraught. It is happening right now between the United States, Ukraine, Russia, NATO allies. There's a lot of back channel that has to go into it so that everybody's interests are taken into account and a compromise is reached. Similar things will have to be done here.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Gautam Mukherjee for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Now moving on to Tunisia, Tunisian President Kais Saied has strongly condemned the European Parliament resolution on human rights which called for the release of his government's critics. He has described the resolution as a blatant interference in Tunisia's internal affairs and rejected external pressure on how the country handles human rights issues. Saied has stressed that Tunisia is fully capable of managing its own policies and ensuring rights and freedoms within the country, and he has suggested that European countries can learn from Tunisia's approach. He has also warned that foreign interventions or resolutions should not dictate national decisions, emphasizing the sovereignty of the Tunisian state in matters related to governance and justice. Now we move on to our next news. A local election in Namibia is drawing global attention as Adolf Hitler Unona, a long-serving municipal councillor with a historically infamous name, seeks to retain his seat in the Ompunja constituency. Unona, a member of the SWAPO party, first gained international visibility in 2020 when his name made headlines worldwide. The 59-year-old leader, who prefers to be called simply Adolf, has held the position since 2004 and remains popular in the northern Oshana region. As voters head to the polls, Unona appears poised for another victory, continuing his two-decade political run despite the global spotlight on his name. And that's a wrap on Africa Brief. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest trends, gadgets, and tech breakthroughs from around the world. AI in healthcare is rapidly reshaping global medical systems, hospitals, research centers, and tech companies. They are investing heavily in advanced algorithms to boost diagnostic accuracy, personalized treatment, and reduce operational burdens. Powered by machine learning and massive medical data sets, these tools can analyze scans in seconds and accelerate drug discovery. Governments are testing pilot programs, private sector innovation is surging, and major health systems are adopting AI-driven workflows. Momentum is strong, however, full integration faces significant ethical, regulatory, and privacy challenges that must be overcome before AI can safely and reliably transform patient care at scale. To talk about this, joining us now is Mr. Kerry Lay. Kerry Lay Miller. He's a CEO and founder of IDA Ventures. Her 8 years at Goldman Sachs has sharpened her expertise in technology, strategy, talent strategy, and mergers and acquisitions as well. Kerry is a regular speaker on topics including AI, blockchain, network, and incentive design. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome to NewsX World, Ms. Kerry. My first question to you is, what does AI in healthcare truly mean today?
Sure, and thank you so much for having me today. At the end of the day, it means a lot. When you first hear about AI in healthcare, many think it's robots replacing doctors, and that's definitely not the reality. It really is about better tools, it's about better diagnostics, early signs of prediction, and less time for paperwork. In India, for example, Apollo Hospitals uses AI to spot early signs of heart disease. Really important, as India has a really high rate of cardiac burdens. In the US, for example, the Mayo Clinic, a top clinic in the US, they use AI to predict complications before they happen. So it's not replacing medicine, it's really making healthcare smarter, faster, and really helping with patient care and operations.
Right, and where have you seen AI make the biggest impact so far?
Sure, I mean, I'd say at the end of the day, it's diagnostics. There's so many tools, for an example, for tuberculosis, TB, lung infections. So I'd say diagnostics, but really at the end of the day, patient care operations. It allows remote monitoring, operations. As many of you know, you go to the hospital, you go to the doctor, you sign forms, you wait for a while, and AI is really strengthening the entire ecosystem and the patient experience as well.
Right, and we often hear about AI reading scans faster than humans. What is the single biggest verifiable breakthrough where AI has recently improved diagnostic accuracy or early detection rates?
Sure, I mean, one that I think offhand, because I definitely have some family and friends who've had strokes, and one of the meaningful things is stroke detection. The CT scan and alert really within minutes of the stroke instead of nearly an hour. And just that time difference really determines what the long-term impact of strokes can be and the long-term disability. Another example in India, chest x-rays in communities without fast access to diagnostics, including rural areas. And then the last one I'll say, there's an emergency group in Israel, the United Hatzalah, and they are able to map out and understand where emergencies are likely to occur based on patterns like day, traffic, and past calls. It's not really about predicting the future. It's just a tool that really can help medics really reach people in a faster way.
And lastly, how is AI helping researchers invent new medicines much faster than before? What do you think?
Sure, and this is definitely one of the most exciting use cases and shifts that's happening today. It's really allowing drug discovery from years to months. There's biotech groups using AI to diagnose or design drugs in 18 months when it would traditionally take 5 to 7 years. In India, researchers are using the AI to map drug targets early and eliminate weak candidates before all these trials. As you know, trials can take a long time, illnesses develop quickly, and being able to have AI in the technology. I will say that just as relevant as the AI, the compute layer behind the scenes is definitely as relevant. There's a company that I'm involved with, Qualcomm. They provide the advanced computing engines that allow these massive models. These models require a lot of energy, and the compute time is very quickly. And so in order to have the molecule stimulations to image analysis to run safely and real time, you're also longer term needing something called quantum computing. And a company, like I said, that I've worked with, Qualcomm, is doing this. So I'd say at the end of the day, these scientists are in no way replaced. They're supercharged, and to be able to get them that information in a quicker manner can therefore allow them to help patients also in a more efficient way.
And you highlighted that scientists are in no way replaced, but will AI enhance doctors' abilities or replace some of their roles?
Yeah, it's a great question, and so many people are looking at this.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, like I mentioned, it's going to enhance doctors. Medicine, there's a huge component that's human. People need that empathy. They need the additional context, and they need that reassurance that a machine can't give. Doctors can give that. AI really helps with those repetitive tasks, from reading the scans, writing the notes, and predicting the risk. And look, that frees doctors to focus on that human element, which sometimes can feel really rushed. Back to the operational side, by the time we get to the doctor, we've already spent hours, filling out paperwork and doing things. And that coupled with the idea that the doctors can show that human relationship, at the end of the day, doctors are really using it not to lose their relevance, really to actually make them more effective.
100%. I really like how you highlighted, the emotional need as a patient or even as humans that we need doctors for. And now medical records are the most sensitive data there is. And what is the one key technology that makes sure a hospital can use patient data to train AI without actually exposing anyone's private health information?
Yeah, look, I think that's really what the secret sauce is, and so many people and scientists and AI programmers are trying to figure out right now. Encryption is definitely something that across the board, it's not in healthcare only, it's across in data security right now, and in Israel right now, actually, and leader in cybersecurity. However, every country is looking for this, every company is looking for this, and it is. Personally, it's scary. Especially right now, it's protective, but in the future, technologies need to be developed in order to make sure that, that it is secure. Also, another thing just to note is AI is a learning system. It learns from the data. So the data might be biased or limited, and results might be inaccurate. How many times do we use AI, ChatGPT, or other tools where it's not right? I have to confirm a couple times on occasion where my gut says, this isn't right. And when I put it in, they say, yes, that's true. So one from the accuracy and biases, one from the private and security. And at the end of the day, it is about human insights. and oversight. So back to the safety, et cetera, and the critical results that are needed. It really is those three things that can make it safe and also powerful.
100%, yes. And Ms. Miller, looking now ahead, looking at 5 years ahead from now, what is the most revolutionary futuristic use of an AI in healthcare that the average person should await?
Sure. I mean, there are several areas that I'm personally excited, and I know other doctors are excited. I mean, one thing is personalized medicine. We'll have tailored medicine for genetics, lifestyle, and real-time health data. There's a company I know, BioSense, that's able to track the microbiome data. So we really are getting to the entire ecosystem of your body and what you need as a person. So that personalized medicine, also that AI-assisted home care. You know, we're getting older, and what are the tools today to be able to help us get that hospital level monitoring really from their living room? And we're starting to see some AIs and advancements to do, you know, that. The drug discovery, you know, will be a lot faster. That is also just an area of criticality. And yeah, the emergency rooms being able, and the emergency response is going to be able to be more predictive. So it's really, at the end of the day, it's not about replacing the healthcare system. It really is, how can we use this data to be more productive, more proactive, and then more accessible, and really more human. It's really elevating on each of those sides. So it's not just the data we're getting, it's the use cases of the data.
And lastly now, Ms. Miller, how might AI affect healthcare costs and accessibility?
Yeah, great question. I mean, at the end of the day, costs are going to go significantly lower, if you can imagine. You know, those needs on the human aspect are going to be, you know, more critical, which is going to protect the doctors, but the diagnostic tools that are needed, the costs are going to go down over time. And then look, what was your second part of the question?
No, that was it. Yeah.
So I mean, look,
oh, like, you know, the healthcare costs, and
it will bring costs down.
Yeah, costs and accessibility.
Research is going to be able to happen, and yeah, I think it's an exciting thing that's happened right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you covered it all, like the cost and accessibility. That was it. With that, I would like to thank Ms. Carrie Leigh Miller for joining us. It's been a pleasure to having you on our tech show.
Thank you for the opportunity, and everyone be safe, healthy, and everything that AI is advancing for all of us.
Right. Thank you very much for emphasizing that again. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of The Trending Tech. For more tech updates and innovations, stay tuned to NewsX World.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together, and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination. And if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Pia and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. Today, we turn to a region where conflict and constant shift in power dynamics is defining the moment. From the women-led Woman Life Freedom Revolt in Iran, a movement that reverberated across the world, to the aftermath of the 2-year war in Gaza and the new peace agreement approved by the UN Security Council, the Middle East is at a critical inflection point. Israel's latest strikes in Beirut, targeting a top Hezbollah commander, signals a new phase of escalation, even as questions linger about Hezbollah's disarmament and regional security. At the same time, the future of the Abraham Accords appears to be expanding, with Kazakhstan joining and Saudi Arabia reassessing its position, reshaping the geopolitical map in real time. And in Iran itself, Tehran's open rejection of the IAEA's call for transparency over its nuclear weapons-grade uranium stockpile raises urgent questions about the regime's capacity, legitimacy and vulnerability, especially amidst economic strain and international pressure. To talk about all of this, joining us now is Israel's international spokesperson to the United Nations and author of the book Unveiled: Inside Iran's Women's Life Freedom Revolt, Mr. Jonathan Haronoff. He's a British-Israeli journalist and has written for many international publications. In his role, he represents Israel's position at the United Nations and has made numerous media appearances to discuss the region's geopolitical dynamics. Thank you so much for taking out time and joining us, Mr. Haronoff. At the outset, could you tell our viewers a little bit about your book Unveiled, which is on the Women Life Freedom Revolt in Iran? What compelled you to pen this body of work, and what message do you wish to send across?
Great to be with you, and thank you for having me. There were many motivations behind writing my book, Unveiled: Inside Iran's Women Life Freedom Revolt. On a personal note, it's a region where my family is from, and I'm intimately tied there, but also professionally and journalistically, I've always had a fascination in the Middle East, in Iran, in Israel, and the tensions that exist there. And I think I found that many people have an interest in Iran, but they don't have a very deep understanding of what's really happening in the region. So they may understand that the Islamic Republic currently reigns supreme there. They understand that there's a very damaging and expensive and dangerous nuclear weapons program that the Islamic Republic has been building, that they've cultivated a web of dangerous proxies. But if you ask them who the Iranian people are, what these 92 million people inside Iran are feeling, are thinking, what kind of relationship they would like to have with the West, with the United States, with Israel, people don't know. So I wanted to write a book where I interviewed Iranians on the ground and in the diaspora to understand their experiences under the regime. And the book's writing coincides with this massive women-led uprising that transformed Iran following the killing of a young 22 Iranian Kurdish woman, Gina Mahsa Amini, in September of 2022.
Indeed, sir, as you pointed out, Iran's women-led protests did become a historic symbol of defiance. What do you think the world still misunderstands at large about Iranian women and their resistance?
I think there are still some misperceptions around Iranian women and men. I think people don't realize just how vast the gulf is between the 46-year-old Islamic Republic and the Iranian Persian women and men whose history, whose civilization, whose culture spans thousands of years. Sometimes I think there's an assumption that the regime and its people share the same views, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Another misperception is that since the Women Life Freedom movement has sort of subsided a bit in terms of street protests, I think there's an assumption that the movement is completely dead, and that couldn't be further from the truth. You still see an incredible amount of defiance and courage displayed by women who are going around on the streets of Iran unveiled, and the risks are still there. The morality police is still there. The regime is still doing whatever it can to punish people who flout the country's strict dress codes, but the people of Iran are continuing to show extraordinary bravery and defiance in their multi-decade quest for.
Speaking of the Middle East at large, it has been fraught with tensions for a while, but we've seen it spike, particularly with the war that dragged on for about 2 years. What do you make of the peace agreement that is now in place and the UNSC approval of the Trump administration's larger plan? Could an international stabilization force then lead to meaningful change and reconstruction of Gaza?
It was a very significant step that we saw at the United Nations Security Council with essentially the ratification of President Trump's 20 peace plan. And it's an important step because we can finally move forward beyond the first phase of the agreement, even though we're not completely done with it. And there are still 3 deceased hostages held in Gaza by Hamas. But we can move forwards to the much thornier topic of how do we disarm Hamas, how do we demilitarize Gaza, and how do we move the region forward to a period of prosperity. And I'm hopeful that the construction of the International Stabilization Force can lead to greater peace. And I think there's a widespread recognition that Hamas cannot play a role in any future for Gaza if we want the region to be truly peaceful. So I'm hopeful, but I think there's a lot of work to do.
Indeed. We've also, in fact, learned that Israel recently carried out strikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, targeting Hezbollah infrastructure and one of its top commanders as well. This has come in the backdrop of the ceasefire condition of Hezbollah's disarmament not being met, despite the United States' best efforts. In your assessment, what message is Israel sending, whether to Lebanon, Iran, and the world at large, by taking matters into its own hands now?
I think the message is clear that Israel is a country focused and dedicated and desirable of peace. But when there are flagrant violations and attempts to destabilize the region and attack Israel, Israel will take necessary steps to defend its own people and protect its territorial integrity. And what we saw with the targeted and precise killing of the Hezbollah chief of staff was exactly that. This was a person who was hell-bent on the reconstruction and rebuilding of Hezbollah. He was a person with American-Israeli blood on his hands, with a $5 million bounty on his head. And if the Lebanese government weren't going to address the significant threat posed by individuals like him, then Israel had to take limited steps in order to prevent any threat on Israel's border. But Israel is committed to peace, committed to the ceasefire understandings that are currently in place, but when it will also take necessary steps to enforce those agreements when there are violations occurring.
Speaking of peace efforts, do you see a scope for the expansion of the Abraham Accords? This month itself, Donald Trump announced that Kazakhstan is joining the Accords. There were also murmurs that Saudi Arabia is eyeing the same as well. However, the latter did decide to separate its defense dealings from the Accords. What is your assessment?
These are very positive steps indeed. And I think it's a signal that we are moving slowly beyond this period of conflict and animosity and hostility in the region that was very much orchestrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah and Hamas. And I think now that Islamic Republic's proxy force has been defanged and the ring of fire that it erected around Israel has been pierced, we can move forward to a period where nations once again, like we saw on October the 6th, 2023, are beginning to talk about expanding the Abraham Accords, joining the Abraham Accords, and not just nations in the Middle East, as you rightly pointed out, nations beyond the Middle East that are buying into this vision of mutual collaboration, trade thing. These are very positive steps that will help create a much more positive Middle East for everyone.
And And coming back to Iran itself, we recently learned that Tehran has rejected the International Atomic Energy Agency's call to cooperate, grant its inspectors access to Iranian nuclear sites, and provide precise information about its stockpile of nuclear weapons-grade uranium. It went, in fact, so far as to threaten unspecified retaliatory actions as well. Is the Iranian government in any position to do so, as on one hand sanctions have adversely impacted its economy, and on the other the regime is facing pressure domestically as well?
I think it's a sign of the Islamic Republic's misguided priorities, and that it's continued to be very laser focused on reconstructing its nuclear weapons program, which was significantly scaled back following the Israeli Operation Rising Lion, followed by the US Operation Midnight Hammer in June. But it's, as you rightly point out, there are very significant domestic issues underway inside Iran that are not being addressed, and this nuclear weapons stuff is being prioritized. And domestic issues, I mean, there's a very debilitating water crisis currently enveloping much of Iran, where 20 of Iran's 31 provinces haven't seen any rainwater since March, where the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has warned that Tehran, which is a megacity of around 10 million people, it's essentially on its knees, it's taking its last breaths, and it's on the verge of running out of water, where one of the 5 major dams inside Tehran, which is called the Amir Kabir Dam and responsible for supplying much of the city's drinking water, is currently at 8% capacity. And these are very, very serious issues, existentially threatening issues that are threatening the lives of ordinary Iranians. And instead of addressing these issues, which are a result of decades of corruption and mismanagement, the Islamic Republic seems to be focused more on arming itself, focusing on this nuclear weapons program, trying to rearm its proxies. And the people of Iran are noticing, and that's, I think, why there's so much resentment and animosity towards the regime by the people, because the regime is not addressing their very, very serious grievances.
All right, with that, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Jonathan Harunoff, for taking out time speaking to us on Focal Length today, of course, sharing your perspective and analysis. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this episode of The Focal Length. For more international news and updates as well as perspectives, stay tuned on NewsX World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has announced that National Guard trooper Sarah Backstrom has died after a shooting near the White House. He has said that the second soldier remains in critical condition and is fighting for his life. US President Donald Trump has announced a sweeping set of immigration proposals. He vows to permanently pause migration from all third world countries and launch what he described as reverse migration to restore order in the United States. President Trump has stated that the United States will soon begin action on land to stop suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers. They will soon expand operations beyond maritime strikes amid rising tensions and increased U.S. military deployments in the region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has stated that Kyiv holds daily consultations with international partners to counter Russia's war. He has added that Ukrainian and US delegations will meet again to advance frameworks for peace and security guarantees. The Jordanian Foreign Ministry has confirmed that 2 Jordanians were killed after being illegally recruited to fight for the Russian army, with spokesperson Fuad Majali warning that such recruitment violates Jordanian and international law. The ministry has urged its citizens to report recruitment attempts, and he has called on Russia to halt Jordanian enlistments. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has criticized the Trump administration, calling it unworthy of contact or cooperation with Tehran. He has also denied rumors that Iran had sent messages to Washington. Israeli authorities review a deadly incident in Jenin, West Bank, where IDF soldiers shot 2 men following surrender. Palestine condemned the killings as war crimes. Hong Kong authorities report 79 people injured, including 12 firefighters, one seriously in a high-rise apartment complex fire in Tai Po. Rescue efforts are complete, but around 200 residents remain unaccounted for. Now we started this hour with Hong Kong. At least 128 people have died and 56 people remain hospitalized after a massive fire tore through Wang Fuk Court in Tai Po, Hong Kong. The city's anti-corruption body, the ICAC, has arrested 2 directors of Will Power Architects, bringing total arrests in connection with the tragedy to 5 people. Earlier, 3 senior staff from Prestige Construction and Engineering were arrested for alleged manslaughter after investigators found highly flammable styrofoam, stealing lift windows, and non-compliant scaffolding mesh, which allowed this fire to spread rapidly through 7 of the estate's 8 blocks. Authorities have also revealed that fire alarms in the buildings were malfunctioning, with enforcement action promised against responsible contractors. President Xi Jinping has expressed condolences, while Chief Executive John Lee Ka-chiu has ordered a full criminal investigation and inspections of all public housing renovation projects. Rescue operations continue as officials probe how substandard materials turned a renovation site into Hong Kong's deadliest fire in 7 decades. Now for this discussion, we welcome Joyita Basu. She's an editorial director at TSG, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Joyita, for joining us today. Welcome to NewsX World. What more can you tell us about this ongoing investigation and the fire that has broke out yesterday in Hong Kong?
Okay. What's happening is that, you see, I think the most important thing that one needs to realize in this case is the lack of information. I mean, we were told, I think 2 days back when the fire actually happened, that 350 people, initially the death count was given to around, I think, a few people, 10, 20 people. But we were told that 350 people were missing. And when you're talking about 350 people are missing and unaccounted for, the death count is sadly, it's a very sad incident, is bound to go up. And the problem that happens whenever it comes to China is that there's a complete opacity. There's a complete lack of information about what exactly is going on. Think of something like this, God forbid, in any other country. And what happens, it's international news. Why is it that this major accident in China has happened, and this is a huge accident and hundreds of people are likely to have died, but no one is talking about it? There is hardly any uproar in the world. I mean, there's hardly any, a chatter on in terms of I would say the kind of irresponsibility that has led to a situation like this. There is no demand to for any accountability. This reminds me of a very similar situation that took place sometime in 2022. It was, the fag end of COVID. COVID was almost over at that time. It was in Xinjiang province. There was another similar building fire that took place in the city of Urumqi. And there were primarily a lot of Uyghurs died in that fire. And there were questions about, of course, the building security and a whole lot of other things. But what happened in that case was also a complete blackout of information. So frankly, this is completely unacceptable. All that we see on social media posts is that, the Chinese embassy here, for example, they are just retweeting things like, oh, the citizens are coming out to help. But come on, what about accountability? What about exact number of death count? What exactly caused the fire? Nothing is available in the public domain. Think in terms of 2017, the Grenfell Tower fire that took place in the UK. You remember the blow-by-blow coverage of that happened on international media. I surprisingly, except for obviously it's good that NewsX World is picking up this topic, but beyond that, I hardly see any coverage in international media about it. There's hardly any news. There's hardly any chatter on social media. What is going on over here? Why are we giving China a free pass like this?
Yes, indeed. And to what extent should the Hong Kong government bear responsibility for ensuring proper fire safety and making sure that such incidents don't occur again?
I think they have to take care of it. What are the rules that they have? I mean, say, for example, in the Grenfell fire, I remember there was this problem with the cladding. It seems in the Hong Kong fire, also the cladding, they generally apply some kind of decorative element on the outside of the building, and which is flammable. Even after, and that was what caused that was what actually, that was where the fire started in the Grenfell case in the UK. So why is it that I would say municipal authorities have not learned a lesson from that particular incident, and why are they allowing some sort of that cladding that is there on the building surface? And also we need to find out what are the fire safety rules that were there, and in India in particular we need to find out whether buildings are there with such cladding, what kind of safety rules are there, what kind of adequate fire safety measures are there, whether this constant talk about, the Hong Kong fire was caused because the bamboo poles caught fire. There is some disputing of that claim, because they are saying, no, that was not the cause, it was caused by the net. So apart from the cladding, that thing that's placed on this building surface.
Yes.
So there has to be proper investigation, and the Chinese should make it public that what caused it. I mean, the world needs to know.
Ms. Joyita Basu, thank you for joining us today and sharing that insight as the editorial director of TSG. Now we move on to our next news. Anti-corruption investigators have carried out searches at the apartment of Andriy Yermak, the chief of staff to President Volodymyr Zelensky. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office have confirmed the operation, saying that the searches were sanctioned and linked to an ongoing investigation. Authorities have not disclosed what the inquiry specifically concerns. The raid comes amid a major scandal in Ukraine's energy sector, where investigators recently uncovered a $100 million kickback scheme. The revelation has sparked public anger as the country continues to suffer from Russian attacks on its power grid. Yermak has considered Zelensky's most influential ally and said that he is fully cooperating, adding that investigators are facing no obstacles and have been given complete access to his apartment. Yermak has also been leading negotiations with the United States on revising President Donald Trump's 28-point proposal to end the war. Now for this discussion, we welcome Muhammad Osman. He's an international relations expert, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Muhammad, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, Asuma.
Thank you. Now, looking at this, how could this latest corruption allegations, noting that this is not the first such scandal that's come out from Zelensky's government involving top officials, how is this all impacting Ukraine's credibility in negotiations with international partners, particularly as it seeks Trump's support for revising 28-point peace proposal?
Of course, Suma, the latest corruption scandal in Ukraine is nothing short of a political earthquake inside Ukraine that also has its ramifications even on the war with Russia and the peace negotiations as well, because this scandal has severely weakened President Zelensky's position, because many members of his inner circle has been implicated in this scandal. It involves getting kickbacks and bribes from energy contractors who are carrying out works or contracts with regards to Ukraine's official energy companies, including the nuclear energy company. It is believed that many of those senior officials, including the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Energy, if I'm not mistaken, and also Andriy Yermak, the Chief of Staff of President Zelensky, even though he has not been officially charged yet he is implicated legally in the case, and he's being investigated by the anti-corruption authority, NABU. And for further context, Asuma, this independent anti-corruption authority in Ukraine was actually subjected a few months ago on the behest of Yermak himself to an onslaught. There was a motion in parliament to limit the powers of this independent authority. And then after a public outroar and popular protests in the street, the Zelensky administration backed down and the corruption authorities' independence was maintained. Now with this scandal coming into light, we know why President Zelensky's government was trying to curb the functions and the authority and the powers of this anti-corruption entity, basically, because it revealed that there are forms of systemic corruptions within the Zelensky administration that will basically hamper their credibility before the public and even before their international donors, the Americans and the Europeans, because as you well know, Asuma, part of the huge sums of foreign economic aid, which is estimated in the tens of billions that came into Ukraine, a huge portion of it was to rehabilitate and rebuild parts of Ukraine energy infrastructure, which was and still is being destroyed by Russian strikes. So part of this money was actually stolen by senior Ukrainian officials and also under the auspices of certain Ukrainian billionaires or so-called oligarchs that are allied with President Zelensky. So this is a huge scandal. Andriy Yermak is Zelensky's chief of staff. He's his strong man. He's one of the strongest people in Ukraine, actually one of the strongest politicians and one of the most powerful people within the administration. Some even call him the second in command, or Zelensky's brain in terms of both domestic policy and foreign policy. So if he is officially charged by the investigators in this case, it will be a huge blow to the Zelensky administration, and it will make them even weaker before American pressure for reaching a settlement to the war in Ukraine within the context of the 28-point plan that President Trump has proposed.
Right, and Osman, thank you very much for taking us back to, I think it was like 2 weeks ago when the protests happened, so that there will be no changes on the anti-corruption body in Ukraine. So, looking at this timing as ongoing war continues and ceasefire talks also continue. So, to what extent does aggressive anti-corruption enforcement in Ukraine now strengthen or weaken public trust in government now?
Of course, it's weakening public trust because people have trust in the anti-corruption authority or body, but they do not have that much faith anymore in the Zelensky administration, especially with the implication of Yermak now, which is a watershed moment, because many Ukrainian officials over the years and even after the war were implicated in corruption scandals, and it was okay. But if it's Zelensky's right-hand man, then why not Zelensky himself even? And these are very valid questions, because some of those oligarchs that supported Zelensky, one of them actually fled the country when the anti-corruption investigation started, and he was one of the people bankrolling Zelensky's campaign for president back in 2018, 2019. So as you can see, it's very complicated, Asuma, and of course this will have its drawbacks on the negotiating process. And unfortunately, Andriy Yermak today, coinciding, and this is not a coincidence, of course, with his implication in the corruption scandal, officially stated that he rejects certain provision of the, openly said so, of the Trump peace initiative, saying that he was not okay with withdrawing from the remainder of the Donbass or turning over any territories to Russia, and that they will have to negotiate on the current line of contact. Something, of course, that President Putin very clearly made it clear yesterday, saying that this will not happen, and if the Ukrainians do not give up those territories voluntarily, we will take them by force. And this is only about what is left is actually 15% of the Donetsk oblast. So Ukraine, moving forward on the battlefield, will only lose more territories and more manpower and more resources. So it seems that this war is being prolonged by the Ukrainian elite in order to escape or evade possible accountability for corruption.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Osman for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we later come back to you for another discussion. Now, moving on, the Kremlin and India's foreign ministry have confirmed that the Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to visit India from December 4th to 5th at the invitation of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. During his visit, President Putin will hold important bilateral talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and India's President Draupadi Murmu will also formally receive President Putin and host a banquet in his honor. This state visit marks a significant moment for both nations. It will allow the leaders of India and Russia to review the progress made in their bilateral ties, outline a vision for further strengthening their special and privileged strategic partnership, and exchange views on key regional and global issues of mutual trust. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Rupinder Sachdev. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Rupinder, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, how does President Putin's visit to India reflect India's balancing act between maintaining its long-standing partnership with Russia and deepening ties with nations, including US?
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you. I think this visit is not much of a balancing act in the sense that this is an annual bilateral summit which happens every year. Okay, or other than COVID, it's been happening every year. 1 year, India's leader goes to Moscow, and the next year, the Russian leader, that is Putin, comes to India. So this is a alternating annual feature. One. Secondly, but yes, the fact that it is happening in this time, in the winter of 2025, and in the background of the Russia-Ukraine war, and in background of Trump presidency, it definitely, and the multiple aspects to it with regards to India's relations with Russia are continuing to buy Russian oil despite the tariffs, but now India is reducing the purchase of oils. So it's coming at a very critical moment, I would say, without doubt, and it is a very, very important summit. Yes.
And how might this outcome of the summit reshape cooperation on energy security and collaboration between two countries, while keeping in mind that US is pressuring India to reduce the purchases of Russian oil?
See, one, India is already reducing India has already reduced to quite an extent, and India will reduce even more. Maybe by January, it will come down to very minimal amounts that we will be procuring from Russia. The fact is, on the crude purchases, it was the tariffs which India was, going along with. We were ready to face it. We were sacrificing, right? But now, in addition to the tariffs, there are sanctions on two Russian oil giants, Lukoil and Rosneft, due to which, if any Indian company, be it government or private, purchases, crude oil from these two companies, that Indian company will in turn face secondary sanctions and will be cut off from the international financial system with respect to the SWIFT network, dollars and banking, etc. So looking at that, Indian companies, be it private sector or the government, are having to take a rational, logical, economic decision, and they are reducing to buy the oil from Russia. Now, that is something which obviously I think Putin and Russia very well understand, that why is India now reducing the procurement of crude oil? They also, as a good friend, do not want India to get hurt, right? Now, so that aside, what this meeting will generate and create, I think, is an urgency of rapidly spreading and deepening, widening of India-Russia relations. There are many other spheres other than only crude oil in which Russia and India are already collaborating, but a lot more has to be done. Okay, for example, in defense, yes, we are going in perhaps for S-400 air defense systems. We are going to be having further talks, exploration right now maybe regarding the Sukhoi 57 fighter jet multi-role aircrafts. We are buying more missiles and more, ammunition, weapons from Russia. So that's progressing. Okay. Nuclear cooperation, civil nuclear, for civil nuclear energy, that is progressing. But our bilateral relations have to go much wider. Traditionally, it has been, government to government business between Russia and India. Oil, defense, nuclear. These have been the three main. So India needs to widen and Russia needs to widen our engagements for two reasons. One, the longer this war goes on, or the less Russia-India relations are stronger, the more Russia will have to be leaning on China. And Russia itself does not want to be leaning on China over much. However, at this point of time, definitely yes, they do have, very deep trade, economic, technology partnerships with China. But at the same time, Russia wants another big player also to be its partner, which is India. Similarly, for us, we want to be deeper and wider with Russia for our bilateral relations, as well as looking at China in the background. We don't want Russia going too close to China.
Mr. Ravinder Sachdev, with that, I would like to thank you for joining us today and sharing that insight. Unfortunately, we're running out of time for that discussion, but now we move on to Middle East again. Israeli forces have carried out their deadliest operation in southern Syria since Bashar al-Assad's fall nearly a year ago, killing 13 people, including women and children. The Israeli military says the raid targeted terrorists from Lebanon's Jamaah Islamiyah group in the village of Beit Jin. 6 Israeli soldiers were wounded, 3 seriously wounded, during an exchange of fire as troops attempted to detain suspected fighters. Syria responded to the strikes, have called on the operation a war crime, and Syrian Foreign Ministry in a statement has stated that such acts aim to ignite the region in conflict. Meanwhile, on the ground, residents have described walking at dawn to gunfire and later heavy shelling from Israeli artillery and drones. Dozens of families fled the village as several people remain trapped under the rubble. A local official says Israeli forces tried to capture 3 men, sparking hours of clashes. Israel has launched hundreds of strikes in Syria since Islamist factions took control after Assad's fall in December. Tensions remain high as both nations continue talks pushed by Washington, though Syria insists it will not be joining the Abraham Accords. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mohammed Osman. He's an international relations expert, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, how might Israel's increasingly aggressive operations in Syria affect fragile post-Assad power and the current government, particularly in areas that are allegedly controlled by the Islamist factions?
Well, what we have witnessed in Syria today, of course, is not an isolated incident. It comes within a very long trend of Israeli violations of Syrian sovereignty that even precede the fall of the Assad regime and the rise of this new Islamist governmental regime in Syria. Israel has carried out numerous airstrikes against Syria during the years of Assad. And after the fall of the Assad regime, Israel expanded its aggression against Syria, taking advantage of the power vacuum and the collapse of the state in order to carry out massive airstrikes at the initial phase of the fall of the regime to destroy the entirety of the military infrastructure of the Syrian state. And afterwards, they carried out incursions into Syria, capturing more land, in addition, of course, to the occupied Golan Heights, which has been occupied since 1967. They captured about 1,000 square kilometers of more Syrian territory that is now acting as a buffer zone. And beyond this buffer zone, they carry out other incursions into towns and villages in southern Syria, and they go as far as the countryside of the capital, Damascus. And this is where the sad events of this morning have transpired, in the village of Beit Jin in the Damascus countryside. However, this time, the people just grew tired of Israel's incessant violations, because they always enter into these villages, raid them, and arrest people. This time, the people in the village decided to resist the Israeli onslaught, and they actually carried out an ambush, destroying one of Israel's military armored vehicles and injuring about 6 Israeli officers and soldiers. Of course, Israel answered or responded with brute force. They carried out massive airstrikes against the village. They killed about 15 civilians. Tens of the houses or scores of houses were destroyed, and numerous people were arrested as well during the Israeli raids. And now people are fleeing
Mr. Mohammed,
the village.
Mr. Mohammed, yes, unfortunately we're running out of time for this discussion, but thank you very much for joining us today. That was Mohammed Osman. He's an international relations expert, joined us live from Cairo. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching Deep Dive. Now, UK's financial future is in focus once again. Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveiled the Labour government's highly anticipated budget. The headline: sweeping tax hikes aimed at raising £26 billion by 2030. But the timing couldn't be more crucial. Now, with the Labour Party struggling in the polls and political turbulence growing, the budget is being seen as a defining moment for both Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer. This is no ordinary fiscal adjustment. This is a statement of priorities. Now, as Reeves set out her plans, she announced tax rises aimed squarely at the country's wealthiest, while attempting to balance the books without returning to austerity. But the question remains, will this fiscal overhaul prove a boon for the middle class, or will it spark another wave of discontent? Let's break down what exactly is in this package. The headline reforms include freezing income tax thresholds, which means that millions of taxpayers will effectively face higher taxes as inflation pushes their income higher. This move alone is expected to raise significant funds, but it's not the only change. the freezing of income tax and national insurance thresholds until 2031 could drag more individuals into the higher tax bands. Now, this is likely to affect the middle income earners the hardest as their wages rise with inflation, pushing them into paying more despite no change in tax rates. A new annual charge on high-end property owners is also set to bring in substantial revenue. Homes valued over £2 million will incur an additional tax ranging from £2,500 to £7,500 depending on the value of the property. There's also a 3p per mile tax on electric cars, a decision that's bound to spark backlash from green groups and owners of electric vehicles who have been encouraged previously by the government to go green. Plug-in hybrids will face a lower 1.5p tax. Additionally, the government is increasing taxes on online gambling, raising the duty from 15% to 25%, likely aiming to curb the explosive growth in the sector and generate new revenues for public services. And for high earners, the tax-free limits on pension savings will be reduced to £2,000 for salary sacrifice schemes, a move that could impact business owners and high earners looking to shelter their income from tax. So why these measures? Chancellor Reeves insists that these reforms are necessary to fund public services, reduce the deficit and stabilize government borrowing. The Treasury projects a fall in borrowing over the next several years with a forecast surplus by 2030 to 31, signaling a fiscal discipline and an end to the austerity measures that have plagued the UK in recent years. Now, with a clear focus on tackling debt, the budget outlines that borrowing will fall from €138 billion in 2025-26 to €67.2 billion by 2031. The Chancellor has positioned these reforms as a key strategy for fiscal sustainability and to prevent a return to austerity. But there's more to it. Reeves is also scrapping the two-child benefit cap, which will benefit many low-income families, while other measures like a freeze on prescription charges and rail fares are designed to give immediate relief to struggling households. Yet critics argue that the burden of these reforms will fall disproportionately on the middle class, which already faces a heavy cost of living. Is this truly the right strategy for economic recovery, or is it a band-aid solution that will only squeeze the majority, is a question that's being raised by many. The response from the public has been mixed, with the middle class standing at the heart of the debate. For many, the tax freeze on tax thresholds could mean a subtle but significant increase in their tax burden. Imagine this: you're a teacher, a small business owner, or a civil servant, and your wages are rising with inflation. But because the tax bands are frozen, more of your income gets taxed at higher rates, pushing you into the next bracket, leaving you with less disposable income. Middle income earners, already struggling with rising living costs, are bearing the brunt of this policy. Many in this group were hoping for a break from austerity, a sign that their concerns about the rising cost of living would be addressed without a tax hike. But it seems now that these voters are being asked to contribute more to the pot without significantly help from their own pockets. Now, for the rich, the reaction has been more predictable. Why? Tax increases on property and savings, particularly those with assets in the multi-million pound range, are drawing ire from high net worth individuals as well. Already, there are signs that the ultra-wealthy are contemplating leaving the United Kingdom for a friendlier tax jurisdiction. Billionaires like steel magnate Lakshmi Mittal have reportedly moved their tax residence abroad, following in the footsteps of other high-profile figures such as Revolt founder Nick Staronsky. Now, many in this bracket argue that these tax hikes are unsustainable for the UK's competitive edge, with some entrepreneurs voicing concerns over the impact on their ability to invest and grow their businesses. But as Martin Ott, the CEO of the tax platform TaxFix, pointed out, those with wealth should consider their social responsibilities to stay and contribute to the country's growth. But as the ultra-wealthy seek out tax havens, the government must ask, how much is too much? How many entrepreneurs can the country afford to lose? Now, the political fallout from the budget is already unfolding. The Conservative opposition is up in arms, calling the tax hikes a broken promise and demanding Chancellor Reeves resign. They point to last year's tax increases and the promise that this would be a one-off, not the beginning of a cycle of continuous tax hikes. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch called this a total humiliation for Reeves, accusing her of betraying the British people's trust. Listen in.
Total humiliation, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, she put up taxes by £40 billion, the biggest tax rate in British history. She promised that she wouldn't be back for more. She swore it was a one-off. She told everyone that from now on, it would be stability and she would pay for everything with growth. Today, she has broken every single one of those promises. If she had any decency, she would resign. She has chosen to put up tax after tax after tax, taxes on workers, taxes on savers, taxes on pensioners, taxes on investors, taxes on homes, holidays, cars, I think even milkshakes, taxes on anyone doing the right thing.
But the Labour government, with an eye on reducing the tax deficit and ensuring the country can weather future economic shocks, is sticking to its guns, arguing that these tax hikes are necessary for the country's long-term fiscal health. The debate over the 2025 budget is far from over, but what's clear is that the tax reforms are a pivotal moment for both the United Kingdom economy and the political landscape. Joining us on this discussion now is our guest, Vicky Price, who is a British economist and a former joint head of the United Kingdom's Government Economic Service. Joins us live from London. Extend you a very warm welcome, Ms. Price, for joining us here at NewsX World. And now I straight want to take the first question with you. Now, given the recent tax hikes proposed by Chancellor Rachel Reeves, how do you assess the balance between raising revenue and stimulating economic growth?
In this particular budget, she didn't really do very much to stimulate growth. She's just transferring some money from the taxpayers to pay for the welfare bill, which of course is increasing anyway because of higher inflation and higher demands, but also to fund the removal of the two-child benefit cap. What she had done, though, before, I think it's worth bearing in mind that a year ago, and I think that was also mentioned at the dispatches that you had a second ago, she had actually said she wasn't going to come back for more, but she had invested quite significantly in the country's infrastructure and in other areas by deciding to go out and borrow for investment, separating what was going to be spent on current spending, where that was supposed to be covered by taxation, and what was going to be borrowed and therefore used for enhancing growth in the economy. So that had, in a way, been done and signed up for. So this budget didn't really go down that route any further because, of course, it had already required a huge amount of borrowing to be able to even follow the pledge of investing into the country's infrastructure and helping growth. So this budget is not like that at all. None of the measures that have been introduced really have any direct impact on growth. And the Office for Budget Responsibility, which looked at it, is saying that none of the measures, and there were, I think, 88 measures, passed the test of improving productivity and growth, and therefore they have discounted them from that point of view.
All right. Now, as more people are pushed into higher tax bands due to these freeze on thresholds, what do you think this will mean for the consumer spending and the UK's economic recovery?
There is a problem because, of course, taxation is going up mainly because the thresholds are frozen and many more people are now finding they're paying tax for the first time or being pushed into the higher tax brackets. There's no doubt about that. And the calculations that have been made in relation to what's happening to real disposable incomes suggest that on average they're growing a lot more slowly than used to be the case in the UK, and that's a problem. And that is a problem despite the fact that wages are rising quite fast, and we had minimum wages going up again as of next April, and they did go up again last year as well. So you are talking about people getting slightly better remunerated than perhaps had been anticipated, but they're paying more tax. And you're right in the question, what people are finding, will be finding, is that they possibly have less money in their pockets. There is, though, something that could be in their favor in terms of encouraging more spending, and that is that the Chancellor has frozen a number of items of spending in terms of their price. Those include rail fares, for example. They include prescription charges. They include also a reduction, in fact, in the energy bills of households, because they're taking away some of the green levies that were attached to every bill that anyone had to pay when they're paying their electricity or gas bill. And those should help bring inflation down faster than would otherwise be the case, and that may well encourage the Bank of England to lower interest rates faster as well. And that is one way of stimulating growth. And I think that's what she's counting on, that she may get that growth to happen that way, and therefore the consumers will feel more confident about going out and spending.
Now, Ms. Price, many have also raised concerns that the middle class will bear the brunt of these tax reforms, especially with the freeze on income tax thresholds. Now, do you think this could lead to increased public discontent against the British government and Rachel Reeves herself?
It will be interesting to see how the polling goes, because the Labour Party has not been particularly popular since their election, basically. And there has been discontent, but there's also been discontent within the party itself. So it will be interesting to see how all that develops. But there are some calculations that suggest that for those earning below £35,000 a year, those measures, in fact, leave them worse off than would have been the case if the Chancellor had done what had been anticipated she was going to do anyway, the neater way of raising taxes, which would have been increasing the rate of income tax. So that we have to wait and see how the balance really falls, and which bit of the economy is particularly badly affected. There is an attempted redistribution from the more wealthy to those particularly with children who have suffered recently because of the caps in benefits. And that will help. Loads and loads of children, hundreds of thousands will come out of poverty, and each have a beneficial effect, not just short term, but also long term. So we need to probably wait and see how that impact comes through. But even that particular measure, which is taking the cap off for when you have just 2 children, if you have more than that cap used to exist, now it's going to go away, was actually a popular measure. Not taking it off, but actually imposing the cap was popular in the country. And it's interesting, will be interesting to see how the population reacts to that overall.
All right, sure. But now, as the former head of the UK Government Economic Service, how do you also view the government's strategy of taxing the wealthiest, especially with the proposed property and saving taxes? Is it fair, or could it drive capital out of the country?
It could change the behavior. I mean, the interesting thing about the fact that the Chancellor has gone for loads and loads of different measures, targeting, indeed, as you rightly say, people with big houses, expensive houses, also targeting people who do salary sacrifices and put the money into pensions, and everyone pays a little bit less tax as a result, particularly the employer in that instance, and increasing, of course, gaming duties and so on, which of course are paid by everyone, not just the certainly not confined to the rich in this particular case. But overall, taxing more dividends as well, taxing savings harder, taxing also rental property. All these things can lead to behavioral change. People may leave the country, they may decide not to invest in homes, they may decide not to invest in companies because the dividends now that they get are going to be taxed more heavily. All sorts of behavioral sort of decisions could be made, which indeed could affect how much revenue you raise from those. But the reality is that a lot of those taxes are meant to happen a lot later. In particular, the merchant tax is not actually going to be collecting very much if it actually becomes implemented, because it's not meant to happen until 2028. And that will only raise about 400 to 500 million actually less than 500 a year. So you wonder why you should be going through all this and perhaps causing a behavioral change when in fact what you're going to be collecting isn't going to be that significant anyway. So we'll see what happens to all those. They're coming later, and some of those may simply not get implemented.
All right. Well, with that, thank you, Ms. Price, for joining us here at NewsX World and giving us your perspective. That's a wrap on this episode of NewsX World's Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more international news updates from across the world.
A city shaken by an unstoppable flame, when scaffolding became a town of fire. Lives lost in minutes, grief lasting years. A blaze that exposed deadly negligence, Hong Kong's darkest night in decades.
Hello, you're watching another episode of Explained with me, Asuma Kataoka. A fire that tore through Hong Kong's Bang Phak Court housing estate is now being called one of the most devastating tragedies the city has witnessed in decades. Hong Kong Secretary for Security Chris Tang has confirmed that what began as a routine day for nearly 4,800 residents turned into a catastrophe that has claimed lives of 128 lives, with dozens still missing and left many more injured, displaced, as well as traumatized. As smoke poured from 7 high-rise towers, the city watched in horror, not only at the sheer scale of destruction, but at how quickly the flames consumed the buildings, giving many residents no time to escape. In the first few minutes, residents looked out of their windows to find their buildings swallowed in flames. The fire had climbed dozens of floors in mere moments. Investigators would later discover why. The renovation materials used on the building, including styrofoam, foam boards, plastic sheeting, and waterproof canvas, behaved like fuel. They did not just burn, they accelerated the flames, turning scaffolding into a vertical highway of fire. Styrofoam, a petroleum-based plastic made from polystyrene, is lightweight, full of air pockets, and known to ignite at relatively low temperatures. When it burns, it produces thick black smoke and toxic fumes like carbon monoxide. Many parts of the world, including the European Union, it's used in food packaging and is banned. Yet here, in a densely populated residential building, under renovation, styrofoam had been used to seal windows and protect them from dust. Those very protections trapped heat, blocked ventilation, and created a deadly chimney effect when the fire erupted. As investigators combed through the wreckage, their findings grew more alarming. In an unaffected tower, firefighters found ventilation windows sealed with foam boards, the same flammable material seen burning ferociously during the blaze. According to Chris Tang, this foam burned far more fiercely than any standard compliant material should. Firefighters also noted that the exterior protective netting and plastic coverings on the scaffolding behaved like the accelerants. 3 high-ranking officials from the renovation firm Prestige Construction and Engineering Company Limited have since been arrested for suspected manslaughter. Authorities believe the company failed in its most basic duty to ensure the safety of the building and the people living inside it. Senior police officer Aileen Chung stated that they have reason to believe gross negligence was involved. While the investigations deepens, the human tragedy continues to unfold. Wangfak Court houses nearly 4,800 residents, many of them elderly. Of its 8 towers, several are home to seniors who live alone or rely heavily on caregivers. When the fire began, many of these residents were sleeping, or for others, limited mobility made escape nearly impossible. Once smoke entered the corridors, darkness followed, thick, choking clouds that robbed people of sight and air within seconds. Stories of loss echo through the temporary shelters, where families have gathered, clinging to hope, clinging to memory. There are glimpses of bravery amidst the devastation. Firefighters pushed themselves to their limits, navigating collapsing staircases and blistering heat, trying to reach those trapped on the upper floors. In one miracle rescue, they pulled an elderly man alive from the 31st floor, hours after the fire had turned the building into a hollowed shell. Volunteers rescued dozens of pets, cats, dogs, even tortoises, carrying them out with oxygen masks and makeshift carriers. But for many, rescue came too late. Let's listen into what a few officials from the fire department have shared.
Our firefighting operation is almost complete. Despite that, we are still carrying out firefighting operation to 4 individual units, and damping down to various units of the 7 blocks are still in progress. So as to prevent the debris and embers from flaring up. What's next is the search and rescue operation. We will conduct search and operation to the remaining 25 assistant corps, and at the same time, we will endeavor to effect forcible entry to all the units of the 7 blocks concerned, so as to ensure that there are no other possible casualties.
FSD has deployed 177 ambulances responding to scene. Till now, we have already handled 155 casualties. Among them, 79 casualties were confirmed fatalities at scene. We have sent all the rest of casualties to hospital. During the firefighting operation, we have 11 fire personnel injured. They are now all in stable condition. However, unfortunately, we have 1 fire personnel confirmed died in the fire operation.
The devastation also sparked an outpouring of public sympathy and financial support. Across mainland China, tech giants and major corporations pledged tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars for relief efforts. The Jack Ma Foundation, Alibaba, Ant Group, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, ByteDance, NetEase all stepped forward. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to minimize casualties and support the survivors. Meanwhile, Hong Kong's government has launched a wide-scale review of renovation safety standards and the use of flammable materials. The case has renewed debate about whether Hong Kong's aging residential towers many from the 1980s and earlier are equipped to handle modern fire risks. The similarities to past tragedies are haunting. In 1996, a fire in a commercial building claimed 41 lives after burning for nearly 20 hours. The lessons from that event were supposed to shape the city's future policies, but the events at Wang Fak Court suggest that gaps and negligence remain. As the days pass, the recordings of frantic residents calling emergency lines resurface online. Videos show flames climbing the building's exterior like a torrent of light. People can be heard screaming from upper floors, some using flashlights to signal for help. Families now replay these clips not for information but for closure, to believe, finally, that everything possible was done. Let's give an ear into what a resident has to say about the situation on the ground.
即係好彩，但係唔好彩咧，就係要咁多條人命換翻嚟咯，真係好傷感。成日都有去出面睇過嚟，即係只係得兩個字擔心咯。得同個個人都係啊，心情凝重啊，擔心。冇咁多人啊嘛，咁啊安全些少咯，都即係有隔離左右都有咁多人喺度瞓，安全些少。唔識㗎啦，唉，大家都係街坊嘅，當大家都係街坊咁嘅咋嚇。
At this point of time, Hong Kong is left grappling not only with grief but with accountability. Why were the flammable materials approved for use in such a densely populated estate? Why were safety standards ignored? And why did a community of nearly 5,000 people, many elderly, many vulnerable, have to pay the price? In the end, this is more than a story of fire. It is a story of systems that failed, the warnings that went unheeded, and the families whose lives were forever changed in a matter of minutes. It is a story of Hong Kong that Hong Kong will carry with it for years. A call for reform, a call for truth, and most of all, a call to honor those who never made it out. Because for the residents of Wang Fak Court, this was not just a building, it was home, and that is what makes this loss almost unbearable.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the NewsX Eurozone. Let's take a check of the headlines this hour. Anti-corruption investigators raid Zelensky's chief of staff Yermak. He confirms Ukraine's anti-corruption agencies searched his home, says he is fully cooperating with investigators. Kremlin says Russia wants to try to move towards peace in Ukraine despite its belief that Ukrainian President Zelensky is illegitimate. US provides Russia with details of peace plan agreed on with Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky says Kyiv holds daily consultations with international partners to counter Russia's war. He adds Ukrainian and US delegations will meet again to advance frameworks for peace and security guarantees. Belgium Prime Minister De Wever says using frozen Russian assets could derail Ukraine peace deal. European Union leaders failed to secure Belgium's backing at the last summit. PM warns of potential Russian retaliation and financial claims. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban says he is going to meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin Friday in Moscow for energy talks. Hungary, which is the Kremlin's closest ally in the European Union, still depends heavily on Russian gas and oil imports. German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier says he will visit Guernica, the Basque town devastated by a Nazi air raid during Spain's civil war, in one of the first modern air bombings of civilians. Israeli authorities review a deadly incident in Jenin, the West Bank, where IDF soldiers shot 2 men following surrender. Palestine condemns the killings as war crimes. European Union has called for a swift return to constitutional order in Guinea-Bissau and the resumption of the interrupted electoral process following a military coup. And viewers, let's move on to the top focus story this hour. Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau is conducting searches at the premises linked to President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Andriy Yermak, as part of a major corruption investigation involving the state nuclear power company. Yermak is a powerful figure in Ukraine and is also a key participant in peace talks with the United States. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Andriy Yermak says that he is fully cooperating with the investigators searching his home. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office are Ukrainian anti-corruption watchdogs, and they are behind a major investigation into a $100 million energy sector corruption scandal involving top Ukrainian officials. 8 suspects have been charged in what is amounting to the most extensive corruption investigation since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion in early 2022. The investigation by the Anti-Corruption Bureau alleges that the ringleader and mastermind of the corruption scheme is businessman Timur Mendik, a former business partner of Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. And now joining us live on this bulletin into the discussion is Gilbert Doctorow, who's a Russia affairs expert, joining us live from Brussels. Extend you a very warm welcome, Mr. Doctorow, once again on NewsX World. How do you think the investigation is going to proceed against Yermak? He says he's cooperating, but also take us through some of the charges against him and the proceedings that are likely to follow.
Well, let us not be naive. The investigation of Yermak is a very political act. And we can be almost certain that it is enabled by the Trump administration. It is the Americans who saved that very body, the anti-corruption body, from being gutted by Mr. Zelensky. Yes, there were popular demonstrations against it, and yes, Mr. Zelensky had back away. And there were calls in the past week for investigation of Yermak in the Ukrainian parliament, the Verkhovna Rada. But behind it all is the United States. And as I said, they gave support to protect that body, and it is very convenient that Yermak is now being investigated, and we can be certain that he will be nailed. And if he is nailed, then Zelensky goes with him. So I think that the tenure of Mr. Zelensky and his whole bunch around him, tenure in office, is a matter of days now, not months.
Now, the scandal has also taken down 2 of Zelensky's ministers and also embroiled a former business associate of his. Do you think it's really going to weaken Zelensky's cause?
It won't weaken it, it destroys him. I don't believe he'll be in office because there was such a loud cry over the corruption scandal when these 2 ministers were relieved of their duties for skimming this $100 million in the energy sector. And that is nothing, that is child's play compared to what they are now going to find as they proceed to investigate Yermak.
All right, Mr. Doctorow, I request you to stay on with us as we move on to our next story. Now, viewers, the Kremlin has said that Russia still wants to move toward a peace process in Ukraine, even though it continues to view President Zelensky as illegitimate. Moscow also confirmed that the United States has now provided the key details of its refined peace plan, agreed in consultations with Ukraine and Geneva. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov says that those details will be discussed in Moscow next week, and President Putin has previously suggested the updated American plan could form a basis for negotiations. But on the ground, the fighting is still continuing. Ukraine's military says that it carried out a series of overnight strikes, including an attack on Russia's Saratov oil refinery, part of what Kyiv calls efforts to reduce Russia's military economic capacity. Ukrainian forces also reported hitting a drone storage site at the Saki airfield and several other military facilities. And let's bring back Mr. Doctorow into the discussion. Mr. Doctorow, we've been discussing time and again, almost on a daily basis, how what Russia says and does are completely contradictory, and there seems to be a paradox in speech and action. What's your opinion?
Well, I think that the big player today is not in Moscow. It is certainly not in Geneva. It is in Washington, D.C. And I think all of us, myself included, have vastly underestimated the ability, the duplicity of Mr. Trump and his ability to operate in a very hostile environment, both at home and abroad, to disrupt entirely the expectations of Mr. Zelensky and his backers in Europe. They are bringing down Mr. Zelensky, and that was unforeseeable. The efforts in Geneva with Mr. Yermak representing Ukraine, that was all play acting. It was when Mr. Trump said on the airplane, I was going down to Miami for the weekend of Thanksgiving, that the end is in sight. The Russians will take all of Donetsk in a matter of weeks or months. Ukraine will lose 50,000 dead over a pointless continuation of the war. That tells you where Mr. Trump really stands. And then you hear about this investigation into Yermak. It is clear as day. We are witnessing the last days of this war. And very likely there'll be, when Mr. Zelensky is removed, there'll be a Ukrainian capitulation.
All right, stay on with us, Mr. Doctorow. We have some information now coming in from Belgium, where Belgian Prime Minister Bart de Wever has warned the European Union that using frozen Russian state assets to fund Ukraine could jeopardize a potential peace deal in the nearly 4-year conflict. In a letter to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, de Wever says that moving forward hastily on the proposed $162 billion reparations loan scheme risks preventing an eventual peace agreement. European Union leaders previously attempted to approve the plan at a summit last month, but Belgium, which holds a significant portion of the frozen assets, withheld support. De Wever also notes that Belgium has not yet seen any proposed legal language from the European Commission regarding the scheme. The European Commission aims to address Belgium's concerns in a draft legal proposal set to be presented this week, outlining the use of frozen Russian sovereign assets to support Ukraine in 2006 and 27. I want to get in an opinion from you, Mr. Doctorow, on this. Do you think the use of Russia's frozen assets is even viable to begin with?
There has been an attempt by the European Commission, headed by von der Leyen, to disguise essentially the confiscation of those assets by calling it a reparation loan and using these funds only as collateral. The Belgians understood the risks involved. Euroclear management also underlined the risks involved, since this is essentially transparent confiscation and it is illegal under international law. The risk to Belgium would be Russians would take them to court, would win in court, and Belgium would face a liability equal to 1/3 of its annual GDP. That, of course, in Belgium is totally unacceptable. This was the original argumentation that Mr. de Wever used. And yet, Madame von der Leyen, who is desperate to apply that funds, $145 billion euros in the loan to Ukraine, which European countries themselves do not want to put up out of their taxpayer money. She was desperate to break down Mr. de Wever and to persuade him that the rest of the European Union will go along and provide these guarantees that he has requested. That is only her say-so. There is no evidence that the European 27 countries are willing to do that. But this is not the new development. What is stunning and shows unexpected and remarkable bravery of Mr. De Wever is the point that you've made at the start of this discussion. His introduction of a totally new issue in his refusal to go along with this scheme, and that is that that taking this money would be essentially damaging the chances of success for the ongoing peace talks. That is exactly what Madame von der Leyen wants, and he has called her out in public. That took bravery, considering that 24 out of 27 European member state heads of government are not particularly brave. They are totally conformist. It was exceptional that this little country of 12 million people in a European Union of 450 million people is holding up the train, and holding it up for the very good reason. Mr. De Wever is in unusually good position to show this bravery, because this week was a very good week for him and for Belgium. He passed the 2026 state budget for Belgium 1 month before it's due, and including important reforms to pension law, to unemployment compensation, and other social benefits that are highly contested and highly resented by the labor unions. And we had on Wednesday the biggest general strike in Belgium since the 1980s. And he won. Mr. De Wever won. He passed reforms that have been kicked down the road for 20 years. He has done what Mr. Macron in France could not do. And so with this unusual strength, he has proceeded to challenge directly von der Leyen. Remarkable day.
But essentially, now we also saw how without Belgium's backing, Europe will not be able to move forward on von der Leyen's proposal. Do you think it's possible that the European Union could go ahead without Belgium's backing at all?
Impossible. This is the property of Euroclear, which is in the Belgian jurisdiction. So the notion that you could reach over Belgium and take the money is excluded totally. The point is that there are alternatives, and Madame von der Leyen mentioned 3 possibilities when she spoke a week ago. One of them is raised by Mr. De Wever. Well, if you want to do this, you want to support Ukraine, then let's have a mutualized loan that is all member states of the European Union participate in it according to their financial wealth and population, and we will put up 45 billion to keep Ukraine afloat for 1 more year. That is what he's proposed, but he knows very well that the European Union member states do not want to do that. Germany is against any mutual loans, and in general, the European Union does not want to attack taxpayer funds to finance Ukraine. That was the whole charm of stealing the Russians' state assets. The European taxpayers wouldn't be paying, so they thought. In any case, this means there will be essentially no money from Europe of any significance going to Ukraine, which hastens the capitulation that we spoke about a few moments ago.
All right. Well, I thank you, Gilbert Doctorow, for joining us for now on NewsX World, and we hope to see you again. Viewers, with that, we move on. Now, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has said that he is going to meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow for energy talks. Hungary is the closest ally of Kremlin in the European Union, as it is still heavily dependent on Russian gas and oil imports, despite sanctions after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. Now, Orban has also said that he is going there to ensure Hungary's energy supply is secured for the winter and the following year at an affordable price. However, Orban has claimed that Hungary has the lowest energy price in Europe, thanks to its access to Russian gas and oil, which is cheap relative to international price levels. Since returning to power in 2010, Orban has met Putin 15 times, and this will be their 4th meeting since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. And we now want to welcome Sander van Hoorne, who's a former European Union correspondent, joining us live from Amsterdam in Netherlands. I extend you a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us here at NewsX World. Could you primarily first help us understand Viktor's visit to Moscow? Of course, he's emphasized how it continues to benefit from the cheap Russian oil and gas prices. This has also been the case with other countries, including India, who maintain that they get the best deal from Russia as far as oil import is concerned. And that's also the line that Hungary now follows. What's your comment?
Well, Orban has multiple reasons to keep using Russian oil. One is strategic, not being too dependent on the European Union and being the thorn in the side of the European Union, so it benefits his negotiation position in the side of the EU. But it also has a very practical reason, especially when it comes down to the use of Russian crude oil. It's not only where the pipes are that transport the oil, because that you can do in another way. You can build new pipes leading west instead of east, but it's also the oil refineries in Hungary that are tweaked to use the specific compounds of the Russian oil. So that makes it still dependent on Russian oil. And that's also the reason that the EU has looked away time and again at the usage of Russian oil by Hungary, because they know that it cannot be changed overnight, this dependency on the specific mix of Russian oil.
All right, absolutely. And don't you think that Orban's stance here is rather courageous, given the fact that this is a rare journey by an European Union leader during the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Yeah, and that's a role that Orban likes to play. And he's also, of course, eyeing his re-election next year, the elections in Hungary that are bound to be exciting. He is not sure of his win. So he wants to be seen as a statement. And that's also the reason that he will not only talk energy with Vladimir Putin, but also the peace in Ukraine. There was talks a while ago on a peace summit, direct meeting between Zelensky, Trump and Putin in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. That plan did not come to fruition, but that's a win that Orban still wants to have. So whenever there is a meeting, whenever there is a peace plan ready to be signed, he wants it to happen in Hungary. And that's for sure something they will talk about. But I think, and it's also the analysis of a lot of other people, that the 28-point Trump plan is not quite there yet.
Do you think that this move also risks him sanctions from the US?
Well, he has talked, of course, with his close friends by now, the US President Donald Trump, who has threatened sanctions on countries like India, like Hungary, that continue to use Russian oil. But Orban has seemed to be able to get an exemption from that rule. So he has some leeway from Donald Trump, as he has from the European Union, to continue using Russian oil. And that's like the practical side of it. There's the symbolic side of it, of course, that you don't want to be dependent on Russia, looking from a European or an American perspective. And that's again, the role that Orban likes to play. He likes to be in the middle, being able to play both sides to his advantage. And that's how many people view the visit to Moscow. He has been there for the last 15 years on average every year, to the chagrin, to the frowned eyes in Brussels, of course, where they see Orban operating alone. But he is a EU member state, and as such, he gives Russia the opportunity to use that to its advantage. They have a friend inside of the European Union, Russia likes that, Orban likes to play that role, and in Brussels, they really do not like that.
All right, thank you, Sana, for joining us here at NewsX World. And with that, viewers, let's shift our focus to news from Germany, where German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier will become the first German head of a state to visit Guernica, the Basque town devastated by a Nazi air raid during Spain's civil war in one of the first modern air bombings of civilians. Now, Steinmeier, accompanied by Spain's King Philippe VI and Basque Regional President Emmanuel Pradales, will lay a wreath at a cemetery housing a mausoleum built in 1973 for hundreds of victims of the bombings. The visit comes after the far-right Alternative for Germany tops some nationwide polls and is expected to perform strongly in the 5 state elections next year. And that's a wrap on the NewsX Eurozone, but do keep watching NewsX World for more international updates from across the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never...
Hello and welcome to NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching Hollywood Calling. From celebrity scoops to film and music buzz, here's a quick look at what's making headlines in the entertainment world this week. Disney is officially moving ahead with Frozen 3 and Frozen 4, bringing back Kristen Bell and Josh Gad on huge $60 million deals. Jennifer Lee will be directing Frozen 3 for Thanksgiving 2027. Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker are back together for Rush Hour 4. The long-delayed sequel gets studio backing and fans can't wait to see the iconic duo on the big screen again. Netflix hit series Stranger Things returns with the first 4 episodes of its finale season, Volume 1. The final chapter promises to wrap up mysteries lingering since Season 1. Billie Eilish is set to take fans inside her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour with a new 3D concert documentary. Paramount Pictures will release the film in cinemas on 20th March 2026. And let's begin with the top story on Hollywood Calling. Thai courts have issued an arrest warrant for Jaka Pong and the Jakrat Juto tip, the co-owner of Miss Universe organization, after she failed to appear for a scheduled verdict in a fraud case. Authorities say she allegedly misled an investor while seeking funds for her company and is now considered a flight risk, with reports claiming she may have left for Mexico. This development comes amid weeks of controversy surrounding the pageant, including a heated exchange involving officials and winner Miss Mexico Fatima Bosch. The court has now rescheduled the verdict for December 26th. And moving on, Disney is officially moving ahead with Frozen 3 and Frozen 4, and the franchise's biggest stars are returning with record-breaking deals. Kristen Bell, Josh Gad and Idina Menzel have each secured contracts worth more than $60 million, making them some of the highest paid actors in animated film history. The new agreements include massive upfront payments and box office bonuses. Director Jennifer Lee is back to lead Frozen 3, set for a Thanksgiving 2027 release. With its first 2 films grossing over $2.7 billion combined, Disney is betting big on the next chapter of its global phenomena. And Chadwick Boseman received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in his memory in an emotional ceremony honoring his life and legacy. The Black Panther star, who died in 2020 after a private battle with colon cancer, was celebrated by his co-star Viola Davis, director Ryan Coogler, and his wife Taylor Simone Ledward. Viola Davis remembered Boseman as a mighty elixir, praising his depth, purpose and spirit. Coogler called him a true leader marked by generosity and humility. Fans and industry peers say the star serves as a lasting tribute to an artist who transformed cinema and inspired millions. And moving on now, viewers, Dwayne Johnson reveals he pitched himself for a role in The Devil Wears Prada 2. He said he was ready to wear size 15 heels. The action star, famous for The Smashing Machine, says he wanted to play a cool character who knew fashion. Johnson discussed his ambition with co-star Emily Blunt, who confirmed he tried to land a part. Although he did not secure the role, Blunt kept him updated with on-set videos from New York City. Now, the upcoming sequel, directed by David Frankel, starring Meryl Streep and Anne Hathaway, is scheduled for release on 1st of May in 2026, promising a return to the iconic fashion film franchise. And Shrobana Rakshit, who's an entertainment writer, is joining us live from Bengaluru. We welcome you, Shrobana, on this discussion. What do you make of Dwayne Johnson pitching himself for a role in The Devil Wears Prada 2, firstly?
I think it's very interesting to someone, actually an actor, trying to break from their stereotypical character, stereotypical role, and trying to at least having the guts to try something, especially something the so-called feminine. I think kudos to that.
Sure. Are you surprised he wanted to step into the franchisee world, given his action hero image?
I think it is very surprising because mostly there are, especially male actors, are most of the time put into boxes. Like if someone is an action hero, then that actor is an action hero. And for some actor to transform to, like, not just from action hero to something emotional, but something as feminine and something in a movie like The Devil Wears Prada that has everything to do with fashion, everything to do with something that has been traditionally called more feminine, more women-like. And for an actor like Johnson to actually having the guts to say that he wants to be a part of the movie and he is absolutely okay with wearing like heels, I think that's great.
Now, he's also joked about being ready to wear size 15 heels. How do you see that blending with his action star persona?
I think if that ever happens, I think that's going to bring about like a huge change in fashion, in gender discourse. Because whenever we see actors like Johnson, we don't imagine them in their soft era. We always imagine them in wearing like these tight-fitted t-shirts, showing off their muscles. And an actor like that, a persona like that, trying to mold themselves into something so groundbreaking in itself is very brave. And I think that will also change how we conceive fashion, how we conceive androgynous fashion, that men who actually love donning a pair of skirt or heels does not necessarily have to be, you know, lean, thin, of a certain kind, but someone as masculine and as, like, you know, bicep-ridden, muscular as Johnson can also, you know, sport a pair of heels. I think that will be great for the industry in general.
Don't you think had he starred in the film, there would have been a new discourse written in the fashion industry? And also, this attempt to be versatile is what makes him one of the highest paid actors in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, if you would have been a part of the film, I think that would have been great. That would have not been in our 2026 bingo card, absolutely. And yes, of course, versatility has a lot to do with, you know, having the guts to take up new roles, because it's very easy to do a role that audience expects out of you, that you are, you know, convinced that you can do something like that. But to break away from your character that audiences have perceived notion of yourself, I think that makes what, like, you know, Johnson, who he really is. And yeah.
All right, just stay on with us, Shrobana. We have some more entertainment news to give our viewers now. Netflix hit series Stranger Things returns with the first 4 episodes of its final season, Volume 1, and fans are calling it thrilling. Set in 1987, the show follows Mike Wheeler and his friends as they face the return of villain Vecna, targeting a new generation. Now, the Propel Gang beg your pardon, the doppelganger of Henry Clee is stirring dark forces, while the original cast, now in their 20s, navigates high-stakes challenges. This final chapter promises to wrap up mysteries lingering since season 1. Stranger Things continues to dominate pop culture, delivering heart-pounding action and nostalgic 80s adventure for viewers worldwide. And moving on, Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker are officially reuniting for Rush Hour 4, bringing the long-delayed franchisee back to life. According to reports, Paramount has secured studio backing and distribution after US President Donald Trump personally lobbied for the project. Director Brett Ratner returns to lead the film, marking his first major studio comeback since Me Too allegations sidelined his career. The original trilogy grossed over $850 million globally and remains a cult favorite. Jackie Chan expressed relief at the revival, joking that time was running out for him and Chris Tucker to film another installment. Fans worldwide are excited to see the duo back on the big screen. And Billie Eilish is set to take fans inside her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour with a new 3D concert documentary. Paramount Pictures will release the film in cinemas on 20th of March next year. The project is co-directed by Eilish and James Cameron, the director of Avatar and Titanic, with production patterns and partners Darkroom Records, Interscope Films and Lightstorm Entertainment. Eilish called the dream come true to capture one of her favorite tours in 3D. The film will showcase both behind-the-scenes moments and on-stage performances, marking Eilish's first major 3D documentary release. Paramount is positioning it as a groundbreaking music and film collaboration. And Jimmy Kimmel is weighing in on the surprisingly friendly meeting between US President Donald Trump and newly elected New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Kimmel said people elected fireworks, but instead got what he called an unlikely Friendsgiving at the White House. Kimmel played clips of reporters asking Trump about Mamdani's past criticism, including calling him a despot. Yet Trump smiled and moved on without reacting. Kimmel joked that Trump was acting like he was giving a wedding toast to his son-in-law, saying the moment showed Trump has no real political convictions. He added that MAGA supporters are now confused about weeks of painting Mamdani as a threat. Kimmel finished by saying no one should be surprised. Trump loves being around famous people, and Mamdani is a rising star who just won big in the country's most important city. Let's bring back Shrobana into the discussion here. Shrobana, what was your reaction to the way Trump and Mayor Mamdani handled their meeting? Friendly or strategic?
I think in terms of Mamdani, I think he's just a cool lad. Okay, but when it comes to Trump, he definitely knows how to stay relevant. I mean, you can not like his policies, you can disagree with him, but you cannot disagree to the fact that he is always on news. And the growing fan base of Mamdani, especially amongst the youth, Trump definitely sees that. And having this so-called friendly gesture with Mamdani is just going to bring him into news. It's going to make him part of Twitter. It's going to make him part of Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Reels. And I think that's a very strategic approach. And Trump and his PR has been great in building that image of his.
Right, now many expected a clash given Mamdani's past criticism of Trump. What do you think it didn't happen? Why do you think it didn't happen?
I think the lines between politics and entertainment has blurred in the past few years. There was a time when we expected something out of our political leaders. We expected constructive criticism. We expected them to be critical of each other. But going forward in the past few years, we have seen with the emergence of social media as a very powerful tool for politics, that politics has become very synonymous to entertainment. And now, how one gesture by Trump, which now as the businesses or citizens of America or state out of him, has suddenly made it into news. It has suddenly made it into the Jimmy Kimmel show. And I think that is what political leaders are looking forward to now, rather than like being the talk of the town, rather than being talked about their policy for what for the country or the citizens. The primary goal has shifted to just being the topic of discussion, and doing something as bizarre and unexpected is nothing but making him a topic of discussion. That's the same reason we are talking about Trump right now. If he would have done what we exactly wanted him to do, we wouldn't be talking about him because it would have been the norm, right?
Well, absolutely. Thanks, Robana, for joining us for now. Viewers, with that, we move on. Now, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle has broken box office records worldwide and is now eligible for the 2026 Oscars. The film, which was directed by Haruo Suzuki, qualifies for the Best Animated Feature category, with final nominations to be announced on January 22 next year. The movie features the original Japanese voice cast and has released in multiple countries, including India, the US, Canada, and the UK. Academy members from the animation branch will vote, with 5 films expected to make the final nomination list. Moving on, Simon Cowell is addressing claims that he is to blame for Liam Payne's tragic death in 2024. Cowell said it's impossible to hold someone responsible a decade after managing them. He remembered Payne as kind, funny, and focused. He added that their last conversation left him feeling hopeful. Cowell has been in touch with Payne's parents, who said Liam was proud of his achievements. Louis Tomlinson also stressed that he blames no one for One Direction's grueling schedule, calling Payne's loss something he'll never really accept. Payne died at 31 after a fall from a hotel balcony in Argentina, with an autopsy citing severe head and body injuries. Cowell later paid tribute, saying he was devastated and that Payne was truly loved. And Ariana Grande has tested positive for COVID amid the active promotion of Wicked for Good. The singer confirmed the news on her Instagram story, sharing a photo from her recent appearance on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and captioned it, "Moments before COVID." This comes just days after she missed interviews at the New York premiere. Her co-star Cynthia Erivo also recently shared that she's been unwell and lost her voice. Due to the diagnosis, Ariana has pulled out of a taped appearance on the Kelly Clarkson show and will miss upcoming Q&A events. Both actors previously tested positive during the filming of the first Wicked movie. And Macaulay Culkin is reflecting on the film that made him a global star 35 years ago, Home Alone. At just 9 years old, Culkin became one of the most iconic faces in Hollywood movies, and decades later, the film remains a beloved classic. During his 35th anniversary tour event, A Nostalgic Night with Macaulay Culkin, the actor revealed he's open to a reboot, saying he wouldn't be completely allergic to it, though it would be just right. He even shared his own idea, a grown-up Kevin, now a widower or divorcee, raising a child who's frustrated by his distracted dad. Instead of burglars, the story would focus on the child setting traps for Kevin. Fans were thrilled, as Culkin said it's the closest he has to an elevator pitch, and he's open to the right version of a reboot. And that's a wrap on Hollywood Calling for this week. Your dose of stars, style, and stories returns soon.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching Deep Dive. Now, UK's financial future is in focus once again. Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveiled the Labour government's highly anticipated budget. The headline: sweeping tax hikes aimed at raising £26 billion by 2030. But the timing couldn't be more crucial. Now, with the Labour Party struggling in the polls and political turbulence growing, the budget is being seen as a defining moment for both Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer. This is no ordinary fiscal adjustment. This is a statement of priorities. Now, as Reeves set out her plans, she announced tax rises aimed squarely at the country's wealthiest, while attempting to balance the books without returning to austerity. But the question remains, will this fiscal overhaul prove a boon for the middle class, or will it spark another wave of discontent? Let's break down what exactly is in this package. The headline reforms include freezing income tax thresholds, which means that millions of taxpayers will effectively face higher taxes as inflation pushes their income higher. This move alone is expected to raise significant funds, but it's not the only change. The freezing of income tax and national insurance thresholds until 2031 could drag more individuals into the higher tax bands. Now, this is likely to affect the middle income earners the hardest as their wages rise with inflation, pushing them into paying more despite no change in tax rates. A new annual charge on high-end property owners is also set to bring in substantial revenue. Homes valued over £2 million will incur an additional tax ranging from £2,500 to £7,500 depending on the value of the property. There's also a 3p per mile tax on electric cars, a decision that's bound to spark backlash from green groups and owners of electric vehicles who have been encouraged previously by the government to go green. Plug-in hybrids will face a lower 1.5p tax. Additionally, the government is increasing taxes on online gambling, raising the duty from 15% to 25%, likely aiming to curb the explosive growth in the sector and generate new revenues for public services. And for high earners, the tax-free limits on pension savings will be reduced to £2,000 for salary sacrifice schemes, a move that could impact business owners and high earners looking to shelter their income from tax. So why these measures? Chancellor Reeves insists that these reforms are necessary to fund public services, reduce the deficit and stabilize government borrowing. The Treasury projects a fall in borrowing over the next several years with a forecast surplus by 2030 to 31, signaling a fiscal discipline and an end to the austerity measures that have plagued the UK in recent years. Now, with a clear focus on tackling debt, the budget outlines that borrowing will fall from €138 billion in 2025-26 to €67.2 billion by 2031. The Chancellor has positioned these reforms as a key strategy for fiscal sustainability and to prevent a return to austerity. But there's more to it. Reeves is also scrapping the two-child benefit cap, which will benefit many low-income families, while other measures like a freeze on prescription charges and rail fares are designed to give immediate relief to struggling households. Yet critics argue that the burden of these reforms will fall disproportionately on the middle class, which already faces a heavy cost of living. Is this truly the right strategy for economic recovery, or is it a band-aid solution that will only squeeze the majority? Is a question that's being raised by many. The response from the public has been mixed, with the middle class standing at the heart of the debate. For many, the tax freeze on tax thresholds could mean a subtle but significant increase in their tax burden. Imagine this. You're a teacher, a small business owner, or a civil servant, and your wages are rising with inflation. But because the tax bands are frozen, more of your income gets taxed at higher rates, pushing you into the next bracket, leaving you with less disposable income. Middle income earners, already struggling with rising living costs, are bearing the brunt of this policy. Many in this group were hoping for a break from austerity, a sign that their concerns about the rising cost of living would be addressed without a tax hike. But it seems now that these voters are being asked to contribute more to the pot without significantly help from their own pockets. Now, for the rich, the reaction has been more predictable. Why? Tax increases on property and savings, particularly those with assets in the multi-million pound range, are drawing ire from high net worth individuals as well. Already, there are signs that the ultra-wealthy are contemplating leaving the United Kingdom for friendlier tax jurisdiction. Billionaires like steel magnate Lakshmi Mittal have reportedly moved their tax residence abroad, following in the footsteps of other high-profile figures such as Revolt founder Nick Staronsky. Now, many in this bracket argue that these tax hikes are unsustainable for the UK's competitive edge, with some entrepreneurs voicing concerns over the impact on their ability to invest and grow their businesses. But as Martin Ott, the CEO of the tax platform TaxFix, pointed out, those with wealth should consider their social responsibilities to stay and contribute to the country's growth. But as the ultra-wealthy seek out tax havens, the government must ask, how much is too much? How many entrepreneurs can the country afford to lose? Now, the political fallout from the budget is already unfolding. The Conservative opposition is up in arms, calling the tax hikes a broken promise and demanding Chancellor Reeves resign. They point to last year's tax increases and the promise that this would be a one-off, not the beginning of a cycle of continuous tax hikes. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch called this a total humiliation for Reeves, accusing her of betraying the British people's trust. Listen in.
Total humiliation, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, she put up taxes by £40 billion, the biggest tax rate in British history. She promised that she wouldn't be back for more. She swore it was a one-off. She told everyone that from now on, it would be stability and she would pay for everything with growth. Today, she has broken every single one of those promises. If she had any decency, she would resign. She has chosen to put up tax after tax after tax, taxes on workers, taxes on savers, taxes on pensioners, taxes on investors, taxes on homes, holidays, cars, I think even milkshakes, taxes on anyone doing the right thing.
But the Labour government, with an eye on reducing the tax deficit and ensuring the country can weather future economic shocks, is sticking to its guns, arguing that these tax hikes are necessary for the country's long-term fiscal health. The debate over the 2025 budget is far from over, but what's clear is that the tax reforms are a pivotal moment for both the United Kingdom economy and the political landscape. Joining us on this discussion now is our guest, Vicky Price, who is a British economist and a former joint head of the United Kingdom's Government Economic Service, joins us live from London. Extend you a very warm welcome, Ms. Price, for joining us here at NewsX World. And now I straight want to take the first question with you. Now, given the recent tax hikes proposed by Chancellor Rachel Reeves, how do you assess the balance between raising revenue and stimulating economic growth?
In this particular budget, she didn't really do very much to stimulate growth. She's just transferring some money from the taxpayers to pay for the welfare bill, which of course is increasing anyway because of higher inflation and higher demands, but also to fund the removal of the two-child benefit cap. What she had done, though, before, I think it's worth bearing in mind that a year ago, and I think that was also mentioned at the dispatches that you...
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. Hong Kong authorities report that 128 are now dead with 79 injured, including 12 firefighters, one seriously in a high-rise apartment complex fire in Tai Po. Rescue efforts are complete, but around 200 residents remain unaccounted for. US President Donald Trump announces that National Guard trooper Sarah Beckstrom has died after a shooting near the White House. He said the second soldier remains in critical condition and is fighting for his life. US President Donald Trump announces a sweeping set of immigration proposals. He vows to permanently pause migration from all third world countries and launch what he described as a reverse migration to restore order in the United States. Russian President Putin meets with his Hungarian Prime Minister Orban in Moscow, praising his stance on Ukraine and suggesting Budapest could host talks with the US on the conflict. Orban stresses that Hungary will continue relying on Russian energy despite European Union and US pressure. US President Donald Trump says the United States will very soon begin action on land to stop suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers. They will soon expand operations beyond maritime strikes amid rising tension and increased US military deployments in the region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Kyiv holds daily consultations with international partners to counter Russia's war. He adds Ukrainian and US delegations will meet again to advance frameworks for peace and security guarantees. The Jordanian Foreign Ministry confirmed that 2 Jordanians were killed after being illegally recruited to fight for the Russian army, with spokesperson Food Majali warning that such recruitment violates Jordanian and international law. The ministry has urged citizens to report recruitment attempts and has called on Russia to halt Jordanian enlistments. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei criticizes the Trump administration, calling it unworthy of contact or cooperation with Tehran. He also denied rumors that Iran had sent messages to Washington. And viewers, Hong Kong authorities have confirmed that the deadly high-rise fire that killed at least 128 people was started on lower floor protective netting and spread via flammable styrofoam boards and bamboo scaffolding. Security Chief Chris Tang said the fire quickly spread upward and was fueled by burning debris. 5 people have been arrested as of now, including 2 directors from Will Power Architects and 3 senior staff from Prestige Construction and Engineering. Authorities also revealed that fire alarms were malfunctioning and promised enforcement action. Adding on, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Hong Kong's Chief Executive John Lee have expressed condolences, with a full criminal investigation now underway. And residents of the Wan Phu Court housing complex are devastated after the deadly fire engulfed the development, claiming at least 128 lives and leaving 200 still missing. Many people who once lived happily in the community now face the trauma of unsurety. With neighbors gone and homes destroyed, police have arrested 3 construction officials on manslaughter charges after unsafe flammable material, including foam boards, blocking windows were found to have contributed to the rapid spread of the blaze. Let's listen.
呢度係我屋企，望去嗰度實樓就係我屋企，嗰個排山嗰度就係我屋企。屋企應該係唔會俾我哋翻去㗎啦，所以我望到我屋企，我心好難受。開心嘅我哋屋企，我哋呢個小區嘅人都好開心嘅，知道。我哋呢個小區嘅啲人咧，生活個個都好好嘅，都唔係話。 個個生活都係好幸福嘅感覺俾我哋，因為我哋日日翻工放工，街坊見到都好熱情打招呼，但係而家啲街坊我都見唔翻，又唔知佢哋點喎。
Moving on now, viewers, to news from Pakistan, where Imran Khan's son Qasim has issued a sharp warning to the government, alleging that the former Prime Minister is being held in inhumane isolation inside the Adiala jail. His remarks come amid a surge of online rumors claiming Khan may have died in custody, triggered by an unverified Afghan media report. Qasim addressed on social media that it has been 845 days since his father's arrest and that for the past 6 weeks he has been confined to a death cell with no family contact. He claimed that despite court orders, Khan's sisters have been repeatedly denied meetings and that he and his brother have no communication with their father. Calling the situation complete darkness, Qasim has alleged that this isolation is not linked to security but an intentional effort to hide Khan's condition and whereabouts. He has warned that the Pakistani government and its masters would bear full responsibility for his father's safety. Qasim has urged international bodies to intervene and demanded proof of life, court-ordered access, an end to isolation and the release of what he called Pakistan's most popular political leader. Imran Khan's sister Alima Khanum has echoed these concerns, saying the family has faced months of inconsistent and restricted access, often waiting outside the prison for hours only to be refused. She has stated that Pakistan facing darkest time and the controversy continues. Adiala jail authorities have rejected all rumors about Khan's health, however, or transfer, insisting he is in completely good health and remains in the facility. Imran Khan has been jailed since August 2023 and multiple cases are against him. He says all those cases are politically driven. And Abdul Yaqub, who's a spokesperson of Pakistan's PTI, is joining us live from Islamabad. Thank you for joining us here on NewsX World. I want to ask you, what really do you think is happening to Imran Khan?
Well, we exactly do not have any information, any clue about Imran Khan's condition, what is going on with him now. I mean, whether he's confined in Adiala jail or he's present in Adiala jail's premises. There is no news, no updates. There is no single person, reliable person who can confirm us. We don't have any source who can meet him. The meeting is being denied from last 25 days. Even the court hearings are postponed, which was supposed to be happened yesterday. So no lawyer, no family member, no immediate family member, no friend, no lawyer is allowed to meet him. So that is very, very concerning. I mean, it's deeply concerning. We have a grave concern about his health and his condition at the moment. I cannot say anything with the certainty that what is exactly going on with Imran Khan and where he is exactly at the moment. I mean, this is a very absurd situation. It is creating panic amongst the people, amongst the followers of Imran Khan. It had never happened before. I mean, we have over apprehensions are that his life is at a risk, in a great danger, because historical dark historical record shows us that Mr. Bhutto was hanged, Benazir Bhutto was assassinated on the roads of the Pindi, Liaquat Ali Khan was killed in a public gathering. So the dark histories, we are getting more scared about Imran Khan.
But the government advisors are saying that he continues to remain in good condition and health.
Even, they are irrelevant in this matter. Usually when the former prime ministers or popular leaders are being arrested, they are in the custody of the military establishment, not in the government's custody. So these so-called puppet government advisors or cabinet members are nothing to do with this. I mean, they don't have, even the prime minister do not have any jurisdiction. I mean, when chief minister of KPK contacted prime minister when he got elected and asked him to arrange and facilitate the meeting with Imran Khan, even the prime minister shows his helplessness in this matter. And yesterday it was the 9th time that the chief minister of the KPK went to the Adiala jail, and he spent the whole night outside the Adiala jail and was being denied any access to Imran Khan. So this is the state of affairs at the moment. I don't know where it is leading towards.
What are your demands? I would want to ask that. And also, do you think that Asim Munir's, the crackdown on the PTI have escalated after Asim Munir's elevation?
Well, yes, the major crackdown was after the 9th May, where 10,000 workers were being arrested. At that moment, still there are over hundreds of workers under the military custody who are facing the military trials. Some are sentenced, and still thousands of the workers are behind the bars. And since this current in the current military leadership, we are facing the worst kind of dictatorship, and the way they are trying to suppress us, it never have happened in the liberal democracies. So currently, it is like they are approaching with the medieval kind of approach. There is no rule of law, which we cannot even seek justice from the courts. We have court orders. Despite the court orders having court orders, the court orders are being violated, being humiliated by the authorities, by the police, by the jail authorities. So the only option left to us is to massively protest on the roads and go for the shutdown, go for the strikes. Otherwise, we do not have any other option left.
All right. Well, for now, thank you for joining us, Abdul Yaqub on NewsX World. And viewers, we now move on to news from Russia. President Vladimir Putin welcomed Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to the Kremlin today, praising his balanced position on Ukraine. Orban, who is a strong pro-Moscow European Union leader, has consistently opposed tougher sanctions on Russia and criticized Western aid to Ukraine. During the meeting, Putin said that he would be glad to host talks on Ukraine with the US in Budapest. Energy issues were also highlighted, with Orban emphasizing Hungary's continued reliance on Russian energy. Orban added that Hungary will continue to rely heavily on Russian energy, signaling its commitment despite European Union and US pressure to diversify away from Russia. Now, Orban is the first European Union leader to take this stance on Russia, and he in fact has also criticized US aid to Ukraine. He will be meeting Putin very soon. There are also reports surfacing about how Orban said that he will continue to import oil and gas from Russia, as it continues to remain the most viable option Energy issues were also highlighted, with Orban emphasizing Hungary's continued reliance on Russian energy. It's signaling its commitment despite European Union and US pressure to diversify away from Russia. Now, Orban is a strong pro-Moscow EU leader, consistently has opposed tougher sanctions on Russia. He's also criticized Ukraine's dependence on the United States. And now, let's welcome retired Major General Sudhakarji, who's an international relations and defense expert, into the discussion here at NewsX World. Welcome back, retired Major General, here on NewsX World. It's a very interesting stance that Orban is taking, one very similar to India's as well, as far as energy and oil and gas import is concerned. Do you think the elections due in Hungary next year has anything to do with this?
Certainly, Kirti, yes, because any activity now which is taking place along the Eastern Europe border and in Central Europe will have all the connections with the ongoing conflict and the economics which are supporting the conflict, both sides, I would say. And so much so, Hungary, we know the loyalty, the standing reputation, and its long-standing relationship with Russia, it definitely will have, because it is one of the countries which is not budging. You know, that at one point in time, like India stood its ground despite all pressures and all kinds of tariff and everything. India stood its ground and insisted, no, we support, we respect our strategic autonomy. It is in the national interest. It is in the interest of the people. Same is the case with Hungary. Back to you, please.
All right, to stay on with us, we now shift to another crucial news coming in. China's top diplomat Wang Yi will travel to Russia next week for high-level security talks. Beijing's foreign ministry announced that Wang will be in Russia for a routine Russia-China strategic security consultation. He was invited by Russian security chief Sergei Shoigu. During the meetings, Wang is expected to exchange views on international and regional issues of mutual concern and strengthen communication and coordination on key strategic security matters. The visit comes as the US renews its push to end the war in Ukraine. Washington recently surprised Kyiv and European partners with a new proposal to resolve the nearly 4-year conflict. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin said he would end the offensive if Ukraine withdrew from the territory claimed by Moscow. Otherwise, he warned Russian forces would seize it by force. All right, viewers, let's welcome retired Major General Sudhakarji into the discussion here. So what do you think is going to be the key agenda and outcome of this crucial meeting between China and Russia?
Kriti, the key agenda, as I see, would be revolving around the changing dynamics in the geopolitical churn. When I say changing dynamics, it will be in keeping with the larger interest central to all its activities in relation to China's national interest. When I say China's national interest, what is the China's national interest? As I look at things, you see, given the turmoil which is happening inside the USA in its domestic constituency and its extended outreach to resolve the issue in Middle East and in the Central Europe, the likely bottlenecks which are going to come its way, you see, there is a contestation, there is a strategic rivalry between China and the USA for their dominance in the world over. Today, while we discuss the issue on the channel, we need to acknowledge one fact, whether willingly or unwillingly, we need to accept that despite USA being a superpower, China has left USA behind in many issues, economics, technology, and critical minerals, rare earth element, and the supply chain dependence on China as a manufacturing hub in the world. Although the world order is trying to switch and diversify and de-risk its options, but the fact remains something on which the whole world order was dependent for 40 long years or more than that. You cannot actually switch your dependence overnight. It takes lots of time, maybe another equal amount, if not equal, at least 20, 30 years to de-risk. So under this backdrop, first and foremost thing that comes to my mind is that should, in any case, there is no light at the end of the tunnel in the peace proposal which is being given now, 28 point between Russia and Ukraine. But if, let's say, hypothetically, we all try and project an optimistic kind of outlook, let's say the peace actually materializes, it actually sustains. In that case, the dynamics will undergo change because what I feel, America in earnest is trying to take Russia away from the embrace of China. You see, America is trying to form a kind of a G2 separately when it comes to China. When it comes to Russia, it is keeping in the back of the mind that there are three poles. One is America, the second is Russia, the third is China. These are the global dynamics and the imperatives. So take Russia onto its lap, keep the Russia on its side, and isolate China in a manner so that it becomes easy for America or USA to firstly contain, then to counter, and if push comes to shove, if it is required, going for a competitiveness kind of a rivalry and then lead to a contestation, which is not desirable. So the key issue as far as USA is concerned, isolate China. The key issue as far as China is concerned is to isolate the USA and keep playing its game in a manner so that it attains, rejuvenates its Middle Kingdom concept by 2049 or earlier than that, and retains the authority and supremacy of a global power, which without firing a shot, not like proxy war which is being fought. China does not believe in fighting a kinetic war. China believes in fighting a war or winning a war without fighting one. It's the Sun Tzu's old saying. And the third component in your question is Russia. Where does Russia go? Russia, will it be there inside of the China or it goes onto the flank of USA? Well, that time is going to say. Everything can be changed, but geography cannot be changed. By virtue of contiguity, by virtue of proximity between Russia and China, there will be a degree of difference although, but there will also be a high degree of dependence on many issues. China will be continue to buy oil from Russia. Russia also would be dependent on China for many military hardware and other things, as also the supply chain management of many products and issues.
All right. Well, thank you, Retired Major General, for sharing your perspective with us. And viewers, let's move on now. The Iranian Football Federation has said that it will boycott next week's World Cup finals draw in Washington after the United States refused to grant visas to several members of its delegation. Federation President Mehdi Taj condemned the move as political and said he has urged FIFA President to press the US to reverse what he called unacceptable behavior. The US, which is co-hosting the 2026 World Cup with Canada and Mexico, has had strained relations with Iran for over 4 decades. Recent nuclear talks between Washington and Tehran, already tense over Iran's uranium enrichment program, collapsed in mid-June after Israel launched a major bombing campaign against Iran, a conflict that escalated into a 12-day war and drew brief US involvement with strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. Let's bring back retired Major General Sudhakarji into the discussion here. So this was clearly in the writing. Are we even surprised with the action that Iran is taking?
Yeah, the writing was large on the wall. It was a known case. In fact, I am not surprised that such a ban would take place. It has happened for many issues. 2 of them you have listed out in the preamble which you have given. There are many issues. You see, even now, despite the fact that there is a conflict, ongoing conflict in the Middle East, To quite an extent, Iran continues to provide some of the military hardware to Russia. They have got a strategic partnership this year only. The leadership of Iran had visited Russia, they have signed, but that partnership is all predominated by economic paradigm. It doesn't have any military overhang or bearing. So when I say this, what I mean is that if Iran is attacked, will Russia come to its support with boots on ground? It doesn't say anything about yes, nor does it say no. So they are strategic partners. But it continues to provide the military hardware. Second thing is that if you recall the hijab issue and the lady who was taken into police custody and finally she died, I'm forgetting her name, Asmin, she died in the police custody. That is another issue which is related to human rights. Also, the third issue is that you alluded to the uranium enrichment. You see, notwithstanding what is coming out in the open media, my research has suggested many on occasion that much against what Iran and open media is suggesting, that it has already crossed or reached 60% of enrichment capability. I have sources to credible sources to indicate that Iran has already crossed 86.7, rather to be more precise and specific, 87.7% of enrichment. The little boy which was dropped over Hiroshima way back in 1945 had an enrichment scale of 86.6%. So you can well imagine where Iran stands and how much effort would it require Iran to actually reach or have a nuclear warhead, which may be a big threat not only to Middle East but to USA as well. And last but not the least is that Iran consistently continues to actually, cause a lot of impediment to, hidden agenda of all activities taking place. Despite the agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran with the help of China, it is not a reliable and credible partner for Abraham Accord. Because the feud or the conflict between Shia and Sunni is an ongoing conflict for past nearly over 1400 years. So that conflict to come to an end in the Middle East so soon, so abruptly, without any sustainable and consistent effort, overnight, I would say, comparatively overnight, is a very tall order and it's a pipe dream. So therefore, the entire dynamics, the historical perspective has to undergo change. There is a contestation between the three countries, Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Iran, for Ummah leadership. And likewise, Shia Sunni will continue. Iran will continue to support like I have been saying through your channel, it is called the octopus doctrine. The head of octopus is Iran, and the tentacle of Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah and Habib al-Said, this is the fourth H. They remain active in addition to the militia with the support of Iran, although they have been decimated to large an account. But they will keep reviving with the ugly face. So under these circumstances, USA in no uncertain terms had made it very clear in the past as also now that the FIFA participation by USA with regard to these four names that are figuring, I think it is only four names, stands to be banned. They will not be provided visa. Right. Also, in the open source, I am given to some indications that the complete Iran is going to be banned. This is the latest is coming. Okay. So Iran is disallowed to participate in FIFA completely. That is what the latest is saying.
That's true, and I do see your point. But thank you for joining us here on NewsX World. And with that, viewers, let's swiftly move on to news from Thailand, where flooding in the southern country has claimed at least 145 lives as per officials, and receding waters revealed widespread devastation. More than 1.2 million households and 3.6 million people across 12 provinces have been affected. Songkhla province was the hardest hit, with at least 110 deaths reported. As flood waters retreat, rescuers have gained better access to submerged areas, recovering more bodies and aiding survivors. Streets and homes remain damaged, with overturned vehicles and debris scattered widely. Authorities warn that while rainfall has decreased, Thunderstorms could still occur in some areas and some flood levels remain dangerously high. Moving on now, Google has dropped its antitrust complaint against Microsoft over cloud computing practices just a week after the European Union regulators launched an investigation into the issue. Google had alleged that Microsoft's actions locked customers into its Azure cloud platform. The move comes after the European Commission announced it would access and assess issues with the cloud sector under a separate process. Google is focusing on advocating for openness and choice in the cloud market as Microsoft and Amazon dominate the sector. The European Union's probes could lead to designating both companies as gatekeepers, opening the door to new regulations. And that's a wrap on NewsX World Report. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has announced that National Guard trooper Sarah Backstorm has died after a shooting near the White House. He has said that the second soldier remains in critical condition and is fighting for his life. US President Donald Trump has announced a sweeping set of immigration proposals. He vowed to permanently pause migration from all third world countries and launch what he described as reverse migration to restore order in the United States. US President Donald Trump has said that the United States will very soon begin action on land to stop suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers. They will soon expand operations beyond maritime strikes amid rising tensions and increased US military deployments in the region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Kyiv holds daily consultations with international partners to counter Russia's war. He has added that Ukrainian and US delegations will meet again to advance frameworks for peace and security guarantees. The Jordan Foreign Ministry has confirmed that 2 Jordanians were killed after being illegally recruited to fight for the Russian army, with spokesperson Fuad Majali warning that such recruitment violates Jordanian and international law. The ministry has urged citizens to report recruitment attempts and has called on Russia to halt Jordanian enlistments. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has criticized the Trump administration on calling it unworthy of contact or cooperation with Tehran. He has also denied rumors that Iran had sent messages to Washington. Israeli authorities review a deadly incident in Jenin, West Bank, where IDF soldiers shot 2 men following surrender. Palestine condemned the killings as war crimes. Hong Kong authorities report 79 injured, including 12 firefighters, one seriously in a high-rise apartment complex fire in Tai Po. Rescue efforts are complete, but around 200 residents remain unaccounted for. Now we start this hour with the breaking news. Hong Kong authorities report that the death toll from the city's worst fire in decades has risen to at least 128 people, with around 200 still unaccounted for. The blaze, which engulfed a high-rise complex in Tai Po's northern district, raged for more than 24 hours and is now nearly extinguished. Officials confirmed 79 people were injured, including 12 firefighters, out of which one is in serious condition. Rescue operations have concluded as authorities continue accounting for missing residents and assessing the full impact of the disaster. Now we move on to US. US President Donald Trump has announced a sweeping set of immigration proposals in a social media post, vying to permanently pause migration from all third world countries and launch what he described as reverse migration to restore order. And in the United States, Trump has also stated that he would end all federal benefits for non-citizens, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national considered a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. He has argued that only reverse migration could resolve what he called illegal and disruptive population growth in the U.S. This comes after the killing of 2 National Guards by an Afghan national near the Farragut West Station in the Northwest Quadrant in Washington, D.C. Experts suggest that such a move will have huge global implications and affect millions who shift to the U.S. for jobs, education, and also to escape persecution in their countries. Now for this discussion, we welcome former Ambassador Suresh Goyal. He's a former Indian ambassador, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, what would be the global and diplomatic consequences if now that U.S. Could significantly restrict immigration? Ambassador, you might be muted here.
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes. Now, yes. Thank you.
You see, I can understand why President Trump reacted the way he did. But in my own judgment, I think it's rather excessive, with overdone, simply because of the factor that the USA is today in terms of technology. If you look at the number of immigrants who work in NASA, who work in the Harvard University, who work in the research and technology system, who work in their economy, the investment which has come from other countries into their industry is amazing. It's huge, really, and colossal. And therefore, for the USA to declare that all immigrants from the sensitive countries, he would basically re-examine their green cards and reverse immigration. It's all very good to say so, but it will have disastrous impact on the American economy itself. That is number one. Number two, I don't think countries like India are going to be hugely impacted by this. Prime Minister Modi has already declared the scheme for immigration of qualified people, technologically high-level people from the USA to come to India and to start their own work and start their own startups, industry, etc., or the training or the institute. So I don't think India will be hugely impacted by this kind of a situation. They are most welcome to come back to India and start their own research and support the technology system. But it will have bad, very, very adverse impact on the USA itself. And that will mean a cascading impact on the global economy, and that is what I'm worried about.
Right. And, you know, Ambassador, I do agree with you that this rather seems like U.S. is or President Trump's administration in particular is kind of outsourcing when pointing fingers. They rather have a lot of gun violence, which is from their own people, right? Not from immigrants. Do you think that these kind of things will maybe trigger a debate within U.S. that why should we rather focus on or pointing out other or migrants on blaming them for the problems in U.S. domestic shootings? Well, in this case, it was triggered by a migrant, but
you're absolutely right. I mean, the violence can be engineered by a migrant, no migrant to the USA. There is no. And please do remember that this Afghanistani person who has been accused of shooting, he was working with CIA in Afghanistan, and he came back to India under the CIA program of giving shelter to those who supported them in their activities in their regime change in Afghanistan. That is so. They actually were working for the USA in that sense. And number two, whoever creates a violence, whether it is American natives or whoever, in fact, I don't even know whether the Americans, the white Americans, can be called the natives. The natives are actually the Indian Americans, or those who were living there even before the whites came there as aliens. So that is the point is not really that. The point is that Trump is known for his anti-immigrant attitude. And in a rush, and basically because of his own beliefs, he has taken a decision or he's doing something which is going to prove catastrophic for the USA economy. And that time will tell, maybe, and I do hope, that another 3 years of Trump as the president will not prove to be too long to reverse the impact of such a decision.
Yes. And Ambassador, I really like how you bring up, U.S. is made out of, these white people are not indigenous as well. The U.S. has their own First Nations or their own indigenous community. So how do you think how long or how far does this phrase used by President Trump in particular for, immigrants go when he says that I'll be sending back the immigrants now?
I think President Trump, even when he is not the president, will continue to use this language for a long time, even when he is not the president, as I said. But the point really here is whether he uses or not. The point here is what it will do to the USA and what it will do to the leadership role that the world expects USA to play. That will be corroded to a great extent, and that's a problem.
Yes, indeed. And building on that, how do you think how risky it is to linking a single violent incident to sweeping migration reforms? How do you think this will affect U.S.'s public discourse, policy making, and even, as you said, a relationship with international players?
Very, very badly, very badly. The world is already questioning the USA. China is practically baying at its heels. And the China, which has insulated itself practically both in terms of technology and in terms of economy from what the USA, from the decision that the USA takes. The USA, by these kind of decisions, unfortunately, is creating space for the countries that it is trying to repel from coming and basically closer to the #1 position, and I mean China. And I don't think the USA will be very comfortable with that, even if Trump is looking forward to meet Xi, but equality will not be comfortable to Trump.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Ambassador Suresh for joining us and sharing that insight on this topic. Now we move on to Europe. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin today in Moscow to discuss crude oil and gas supplies for Hungary. as well as peace efforts in Ukraine, Orban has maintained close ties with Moscow despite the war in Ukraine, and Hungary remains reliant on Russian energy. Orban has announced the meeting on his Facebook page, saying that he was going to ensure Hungary's energy supply for the coming winter and next year. The discussions will also touch on Ukraine, with Orban noting the challenge of avoiding the topic. This comes after the US granted Hungary an exemption from sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Orban has also proposed a peace summit between Putin and Trump in Budapest, a plan that was shelved earlier this year. Now for this discussion, we welcome Glenn Grant. He's a former advisor to Defense Minister of Ukraine, joins us live from Kyiv. Thank you, Glenn, for joining us today. I hope you're staying safe there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying.
Thank you. Glad to have you back with us. If you can tell us, is there any role that Viktor Orban can play to get peace between Putin and Zelensky?
No, none at all. And the reason is because he's pulled himself away from anything to do that is sensible to do with the existence and the working of Ukraine. I mean, he not only has aligned himself with Putin, as you can see, because he's going there to see him, but he's pushed away all the other countries that might be allies for him. And he's also constantly accusing Ukraine of doing things against the Hungarian minority.
And Glenn, how does Hungary's continued reliance on Russian oil now, and also gas, even amid this Ukraine war, affect NATO's strategic cohesion and the alliance's ability to present a unified stance?
You've raised good points there. I mean, one of the things is that clearly, I mean, Hungary is just putting hard money into Russia that will be used against Ukraine, and may actually be used against Hungary again at some stage, because you can't trust Putin. But it's very difficult for the European Union to claim any sort of solidarity when both Hungary and Slovakia are both undermining joint efforts.
And you know, why did US grant exemption from sanctions for Hungary in particular?
No, it's very simple. I mean, Trump is working, if not for Putin, with Putin, to do everything he can to help Putin. And this is one opportunity that he's got by dropping those sanctions with Hungary to ensure that Putin actually gets some hard financial support.
Right. Thank you for simplifying it for us. And Glenn, what security implications arise from a NATO member, again, engaging directly with President Putin?
Oh, well, I mean, the one thing is that you know, despite their difficultness and contrariness of Hungary, they are, of course, party to all the things that Hungary is talking about and all the things that NATO is talking about, and I think it is worrying, because it's almost sure that Orban will just simply hand over to Putin anything that he thinks will get him better leverage with Putin. So security risks, he is a very, very serious security risk on his own.
What does Orban risk for his own country, like Hungary here, for continued engagement with Russia?
Yeah, I mean, this is a good question. I mean, all my Hungarian friends, I have quite a few on Facebook and on email. They're all very anti-Orban at the moment, and they think he's just dragging them down for his own personal ambitions with Putin. So I think that, you know, if there is a free and fair election, then Orban is likely to get booted out. But of course, as we know from these things with other countries, there may not be a free and fair election. So we may have more of Orban in the future.
Do you think that even in case of a new or more Orban in the future for Hungary, do you think EU will be trying to corner or punish Hungary for how they have acted during Ukraine and Russia war?
Well, this is a very good question, because I mean, van der Leyen, who sort of heads the EU, has been extremely weak on this area so far. In fact, weak enough that I suspect that she may have Putin's sympathies, because there has been nothing of any seriousness so far except stopping some of the money that Orban needs for that he probably wants to steal himself. But at some stage, the European Union is going to have to do something. And I do know that they are working on ways not to punish, but just to work around Orban and Hungary with what it's doing.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Glenn for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now we stay in the region. Belgian Prime Minister Bart de Wever has warned that the European Union about using frozen Russian state assets to fund Ukraine that could jeopardize a potential peace deal in the nearly 4-year conflict. In a letter to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, de Wever has said that moving forward hastily on the proposed $162 billion reparations loan scheme risks preventing an eventual peace agreement. EU leaders previously attempted to approve the plan at the summit last month, but Belgium, which holds a significant portion of the frozen assets, withheld the support. De Wever also notes that Belgium has not yet seen any proposed legal language from the European Commission regarding the scheme. The European Commission aims to address Belgium's concerns in a draft legal proposal set to be presented this week, outlining the use of frozen Russian sovereign assets to support Ukraine in 2026 and 2027. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Glenn Grant. He's a former advisor to Defense Minister of Ukraine, joins us live from Kyiv. Thank you very much, Glenn, for staying with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Glenn, looking at this, do you think this is realistically possible to use the frozen Russian assets for Ukraine and without any repercussions?
Yeah, I mean, there should be no repercussions at all. I mean, the only repercussions that can come are from Russia. And Russia has actually, broken every rule and law that there is going. So why we should worry about what Russia says in the future, I have no idea whatsoever. And that money is there and should be used. The problem is political, and the problem is Belgium. Belgium is obviously getting benefit from holding this money because it's a lot of money, and therefore there's a lot of interest from this. But Belgium has been weak on these matters before, and I don't think that is going to change. They will need serious legal persuasion from the European Union before they actually release these funds.
And well, we can only speculate here, but Glenn, how long do you think that could take? Do you see it happening with the upcoming vote on this?
This is European Union work, and they are notoriously slow. So personally, the way it's been going, if it continues at the same pace, I don't see much happening before sort of February, March time. That would be about par for the course for the EU.
Right, and how about this frozen Russian assets that Belgian Prime Minister, he warned that using this could jeopardize the ongoing peace efforts. What do you think about that?
Well, it's garbage. It's a total garbage because there are no ongoing peace efforts. And I'm sorry, but if he's Prime Minister and he doesn't understand that, he shouldn't be Prime Minister. He needs to go and find a better job that suits him, digging roads or something, because there's no peace plan, no peace actions going on at all. Putin has made this absolutely clear, and he's not about to change. He will keep fighting.
And how could these state funds, how could this affect strategic calculus for both Kyiv and Moscow?
Well, I mean, looking at Kiev. I mean, Kiev is running up huge debts at the moment, and they even have problems with with paying basic things at times. So this money would actually both free up the government to pay for things they need to pay for, just basic debts, but it would also allow some more money to be used to buy weapons and to buy many of the things that the military needs to continue the war properly. On Russia's side, well, they haven't got the money now, so they're not going to get the money in the near future anyway. So I don't think it makes much difference to Russia, except that in the long term, obviously, even for their rebuilding, they would like some of this money back.
And as you rightfully mentioned, that a lot of things move slow in EU, like a lot of things do move slow also in Japan. But what are the potential security implications for NATO and EU's cohesion if member states they move very slow with these kind of decisions?
That's conjecture, of course, from all of us. There seems to be a certain amount of stability in the relationships at the moment in the European Union. But as you know, the stability between the European Union and America is dripping away fast. I think, over the winter, we're going to see a hardening of the European position and probably have to have a stronger relationship with Japan, as you mentioned, South Korea, Australia, to create a going forward support for Ukraine without the United States of America.
And talking about going forward, what lessons can be drawn from this Belgium's caution, and also regarding any frozen assets, about the interplay between economic measures and conflict resolution in wars?
Well, I think the first and most serious lesson is that people have got to take this war seriously. That too many of the European nations are still treating it as a second activity. So, worry about the country first and internal politics, and the war is second. Populations have not been made clear that this war is coming to get them if the European countries don't sort themselves out and actually support Ukraine properly. It's very, very worrying times, really. And it's like drifting. I'm sorry, but we're drifting. We're not actually biting this subject as hard as we should do to support Ukraine in its battle.
So, Glenn, what's your analysis when you say some countries are not taking this war as seriously as they should? Do you think Hungary is taking this very serious?
I think Orban is. I don't know if you've ever seen the size of the palace that Orban lives in. I think Orban is just taking this as to try and get as much political clout as he can with Russia for whatever reason, and to get as much money from the whole of these activities as he can do. He's a dangerous man at the moment, a dangerous man because he's not on our side, and he's made that absolutely clear by his trip to see Putin now.
Right. Well, I'll have to check where Orban lives after this conversation. With that, I would like to thank Glenn Grant for always joining us and sharing that insight as a former advisor to Defense Minister of Ukraine. Now we move on to our next news. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has signed an agreement with the Western energy producing province of Alberta to advance a new oil pipeline, sparking immediate concerns about Ottawa's commitment to battling climate change. The Memorandum of Understanding charts a plan for a pipeline going from Alberta to Canada's Pacific coast to boost oil exports to Asia, which is in line with Carney's goal of expanding overseas trade to offset damage from U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war. Aside from broadening exports,
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching Primetime Asia on NewsX World. Let's first take a check of the headlines at this hour. Hong Kong authorities report that 128 are now dead, with 79 injured, including 12 firefighters, one seriously in a high-rise apartment complex fire in Tai Po. Rescue efforts are complete, but around 200 residents remain unaccounted for. Imran Khan's party alleges he's being tortured, kept in solitary confinement, but Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's aide insists he is fit and fine. Former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte will remain in detention at the International Criminal Court after appeals judge reject a request to release him on health grounds. Sri Lanka deploys troops as flood waters rise. Death toll hits 56, with another 21 people missing. Sri Lanka is currently experiencing the northeast monsoon season, but rainfall has intensified due to a cyclone. India sends relief to Sri Lanka under Operation Sagar Bandhu, but Prime Minister Modi offers condolences on X. He says, guided by India's neighbourhood first policy and vision, Mahasagar, India continues to stand firmly with Sri Lanka in its hour of need. Rescuers step up recovery operations as Southeast Asia floods. Death toll reaches 321. Thailand, Indonesia and Malaysia reel under floods. The Jordanian Foreign Ministry confirmed that 2 Jordanians were killed after being illegally recruited to fight for the Russian army, with spokesperson Fouad Majli warning that such recruitment violates Jordanian and international law. The ministry has urged citizens to report recruitment attempts and has called on Russia to halt Jordanian enlistments. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei criticizes the Trump administration, calling it unworthy of contact or cooperation with Tehran. He also denied rumors that Iran had sent messages to Washington. And moving on to the top focus story on Primetime Asia, Hong Kong authorities have confirmed that the deadly high-rise fire, which claimed the lives of at least 128 people, began on protective netting and the lower floors and spread rapidly then through inflammable styrofoam boards and bamboo scaffolding. Security Chief Chris Tang stated that the fire quickly ascended, fueled by burning debris. As of now, 5 individuals have been arrested, including 2 directors from Willpower Architects and 3 senior staff members from Prestige Construction and Engineering. Officials also revealed that fire alarms were malfunctioning during the incident and promised strict enforcement action. In response to the tragedy, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Hong Kong's Chief Executive John Lee have expressed their condolences, while a full criminal investigation is currently underway. Let's listen in to Hong Kong's Secretary and Director of Fire.
最初起火嘅位置係宏昌閣低層外邊嘅嗰啲嘅圍網，其後咧係由於燃燒咗嗰啲發泡膠板，火勢迅速咧係向上蔓延，伸延到去多個嘅樓層，並喺短時間內咧係波及咗宏福苑其他6座嘅樓宇。大火咧係引燃咗貼喺嗰啲窗門上邊嘅發泡膠板，令到玻璃爆破。 令到火勢咧係急速增強，並且迅速蔓延到咧入到室內。要強調，如果用直升機喺呢個火警裏邊掟水彈，如果喺個樓宇嘅上空投擲水彈，啲水係唔會係不會係會
會落入個火場裏邊，只會淋咗去一個大廈嘅外。
Let's now welcome Satoru Nagao, who is a fellow at the Hudson Institute, joining us live from Tokyo. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Nagao, and thanks for joining us here at NewsX World. Now, some of the causes have started coming out, including that of the use of bamboo scaffolding and Chinese nets. But let's talk about a larger question. Is the fire and the consequences of it and the rising death toll posing a threat now for China's grip on the city, especially when local elections are upcoming in December?
Election itself, in case of China, there is no problem even in Hong Kong, because recently there is no criticize against the government side, so that's why this is not affected. But in this case, the security level is a matter, because if the bamboo stage is a cause of the problem to spread the fire, and this is not only the reason because the cause bamboo itself do not create the fire. So there's a possibility the cigarette the workers are using, and it could be something cause of fire. After that, this bamboo stage is a cause of spread rapidly. So that's why the what is the rule in the Hong Kong, because the crisis management level or safety standard, these are the job of the local government, and after that, of course, a company should follow this. These are the one by one they need to check. And in this case, that's why if the governmental side has some problem of the safety measures, of course, there's a possibility it will be a risk for the government. But under the China's rule, one country, one system rule currently, instead of the two systems. So that's why, in this case, election is not meaning there is a chance to criticize the government. So that's why the election itself is not related with this issue, I think.
All right, well, thank you for joining us now here on NewsX World. And with that, viewers, we shift our focus. Now, India's Defense Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh has said that India will continue defense cooperation with Russia while steadily growing partnerships with the United States. Speaking at FICCI's 98th annual general meeting, he emphasized that India follows strategic autonomy, sourcing equipment from multiple countries, including the United States, Russia, and France. Singh further noted that over 1.33 lakh crore Indian rupees have been spent this year, with nearly 88% involving domestic suppliers, and that future foreign purchases will mostly involve joint production within India. The leader also highlighted the ministry's plan to seek a 20% increase in the defense budget to meet India's modernization needs. The focus remains on boosting domestic production while maintaining selective imports and international cooperation. Madhav Nalapat, who is the director of editorial at TSG, is now joining us live from New Delhi. I extend you a very warm welcome, sir, here at NewsX World, and thank you for joining us. Now, India has clearly maintained its autonomy and its position of siding with peace, not being neutral or indifferent, but continuing to side with peace.
Look, I'd like to point out to a facet of the visit of President Putin to India. He's a welcome guest. He's a very welcome guest, and he's going to be treated with full honors as befits the head of state of a great power. India, Russia, China, and the US are the four great powers of the world, and two of them are now meeting when President Putin comes to India and meets Prime Minister Modi. So I want to say one thing, and that is, yes, defense cooperation is important. Russians are very consistent in their defense equipment supply to India. They don't have the problem which you have with American equipment, that one day some sanction may come, someday some political wind may blow elsewhere, and so as a consequence, supplies are temporarily or even permanently cut off. And that is, let me emphasize, the question of peace. Don't forget, in 2022 itself, when the Ukraine war started, in the first few weeks of the Ukraine war, Prime Minister Modi, in the presence of President Putin, said that this is the era of peace. It's not an era of war. So my own view is that President Putin coming will be a very good opportunity for Prime